Commissioner Beaman, Commissioner Hott,
Here.
Commissioner LaBarre,
Here.
Commissioner Light, Commissioner Machayevsky,
Here.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yeah.
Commissioner Sanders, Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Somerville. Here.
Thank you. I know we will have, I think, a good bit of public comment at our full board meeting at 7 o'clock, but we do have a public participation moment here now at working session. You have 1 minute to address us. Please just state your name and the municipality you reside in. So if you have any public comment at this time, please come forward. I see former Commissioner Michelle Dietrich.
Good evening. I should have realized I had 1 minute. I thought I had 3, so I'm going to talk really fast. Good evening, commissioners. I appreciate this opportunity to speak. I'm here in my capacity as chair of your County Environmental Council. 3 weeks ago, the council passed a resolution recommending that the board please pass amendments to PACE, or the Property Assessed Clean Energy Program, which was originally adopted by the Board of Commissioners in February 2014 under the leadership, for which I thank him, of then and current Commissioner Youssef Rabi. PACE is a win-win-win, a win for communities, for property owners, and for our climate. It assists a wide range of property owners, from farmers, business owners, nonprofits, and commercial, to finance projects that save them money as they save on energy. It costs the county basically nothing, and I really hope to see more PACE projects in the county as we move forward. The amendment would bring the county into alignment with state law, and it would allow a wide range of projects to be financed, including ones that would make our children healthier, like lead paint abatement. I know former Congressman Andy Levin is here tonight to present the details. I'm looking forward to hearing them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in person that wishes to give public comment?
Hello, Monica Ross Williams, Ypsilanti Township, and I had the pleasure of speaking before the Parks Commission, and thank you, Commissioner Robbie. I know he was there when I spoke. I'm here to speak about the same thing, and I can do it within 45 seconds. The county decided to basically put a recreational center on the eastern side of Washtenaw County. With that, they also basically worked to tear down Cheney Elementary School, which was named after Johnny C. Cheney. I was a student of Cheney Elementary School. She basically met me in the corridor, and all the students basically in kindergarten, first and second grade. A lot of the former students of Rillo Run Public Schools really remember Johnny Cheney, including some that was actually taught by her. It is the hope that that recreation center can be put in her name, because it would mean a lot to the people of Eastern Washtenaw County. That is why I came to speak today, and I hope that if it comes before this board, they will vote in favor of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else here in person that wishes to give public comment at this time? Seeing none, Ashley, I would ask if anybody's online to give public comment.
No, Chair, there is nobody online.
Great. We'll move then to the report from the county administrator.
Good evening, no report.
Great. And Ashley, back to you. Any BOC liaison report?
No report tonight, Chair.
Great. We have two somewhat related items tonight. We're going to hear from Andy Levin, the founder and chief strategist for Lean and Green Michigan. Some of you may also know him from his time in Congress. And then we'll hear from our resilience officer, Beth Gibbons, about the work of the office. And so at this time, I'd like to invite Congressman Levin to come forward. And sir, with your okay, we will turn it over to you for presentation. Would you like me, though, to keep questions until the end, or would you like hands to go up as the questions formulate in commissioner heads?
Let's leave them till the end. I hope I'll leave plenty of time for that. The presentation won't be long. And actually, you all have the PowerPoint and the other background documents. And you can look at those more slowly, but I'll go through them rather quickly so that we can leave time for discussion and questions.
Wonderful.
All right, well, it's great to be with you. I want to thank the Environmental Council for taking this under consideration and voting to support it. and the Chairwoman Dietrich for speaking to it today. And I also want to thank Beth Gibbons for, y'all have come a little ways since I first appeared before you with this idea 11 years ago. So I'm really glad to see Washtenaw County kind of leading the way. All right, so basically, two of you were here in February. Hi, Madam Chairwoman. Two of you were here on February 2011, I think 2014, when you adopted this program. So let me just do a super basic thing. What is PACE financing? Property assessed clean energy. First of all, in Michigan, we only have C-PACE, commercial property assessed clean energy. We don't have R-PACE, residential property assessed clean energy. No, so you can't do it on houses or a condo. But this is a kind, and you can't do it on a government building in almost any state. But this is a kind of financing to help every other kind of building, commercial, industrial, for-profit, not-for-profit, to do clean energy makeovers of their building. And what the heck are we talking about here? 43% of the energy we use in the United States is to heat and cool and light our buildings. Some of that is houses and government buildings, but a huge amount of it obviously is on this main category of commercial industrial buildings. And a lot of it is wasted. And if you own a hotel around here and I run your building and I come to you and say, boss, I took the initiative, I got an energy audit, you know, and you could spend $2 million, whatever, and cut 35% of the energy spent out of this place, whatever the technology, right? That's not the point. It could be windows, boilers, chillers, solar, geothermal, whatever. You wouldn't do it because as being a typical American business person, the ROI, the return on investment on something like that is 8 or 10 or 12 years. And you say, get the heck out of my office, Levin, you're fired. I don't do stuff with a 12-year ROI. I need an 18-month ROI, you know, that kind of thing. And so PACE solves that problem by you all, the county, the local government, agreeing to do a tiny little thing, put a tax assessment on just someone's hotel because they ask you. It's the property owners coming to you and asking you to do this. And you don't put any taxpayer money in. It fits with all the kind of incentives from the federal government, such as they may last, or state or county or anything else. You can blend all this. But this money comes from private lenders. And the way we run it, even when you put the tax assessment on, the county doesn't even administer the payments. We have set it up so that the property owner repays the lender directly, and only if they don't pay, then we put it on the tax rolls for enforcement. But here's the thing. If you're a lender and you have this security of a tax assessment on a property, it completely changes the game, because if someone doesn't pay your loan back, the money you lent them back, the county sheriff's going to come and take their property away, right, for not paying their taxes. And that means that lenders lend money at a fixed interest rate for 20, 25 years. And that 12-year payback is now cash flow positive the whole time. So this is like the definition. Y'all, this is a liberal county, right? Last night I was in Monroe County. There is not one Democrat on the Monroe County Commission. They voted 7-1 to join our program. And this is all because this is a pure pro-business play. And especially in a moment like this, when all the federal stuff I'm so proud to have helped pass, in, you know, the CHIPS and Science Act and the Infrastructure and Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Act, and if all that is being questioned illegally, perhaps, unconstitutionally even perhaps, in any event, this thing that you already have, and I'm just asking you to re-up here, is not really subject to any of that. It's something you control, and you can facilitate the greening of property here just through this little one mechanism. So our company, Lean and Green Michigan, I was in the Granholm administration. I was the last person standing at what was called DLEG, the Department of Energy, Labor and Economic Growth, when we passed the statute in December of 2010, bipartisan, by the way. The state Senate was controlled by Republicans at that time. And then somewhat to my surprise, I found that this wouldn't happen unless I kind of went and created it. So I went out and did that. We create the program. We administer the program for all the local governments that are in it. Basically, the only thing you have to do is the authorized official signs it when it's ready. active counties work with us to review it and stuff, and the best counties get their economic development, and if they are so lucky as to have resiliency or environmental operations, they work with us to do more on that, and I'll say a little bit more about that later. But we have a checklist of 142 items that have to be proper in order to finish a PACE project, and we make sure every one of those is in place. And the way we make money is you don't pay us a dime. And obviously, we wouldn't have gotten a range of governments in. We only eat what we kill, as they say in business. When a project closes, we get a little piece of that, and that's the only way we earn money. Today, there's one little, we look at, if those of you who are good at geography, Monroe County is in the very southeast corner there. It's not colored in yet because it only happened last night, but Mary changed the number. So 61 municipalities, overwhelmingly counties, but a few cities and townships are in our program, and we cover 81% of Michiganders in the Lean and Green Michigan PACE district. And we basically are the PACE program for the whole state. There's no other live program. These are all the buildings you could do, which I mentioned. As Commissioner Dietrich said, it's a win-win-win across the board. The funding, the property owner gets this funding that typically their funding is like this. They're trying to get incentives. They're going to have a bank loan, right? But they need to come up with a certain amount of equity. And then if they don't get all the way between equity and the bank loan and the incentives, they have to get mezzanine debt. PACE financing is way cheaper than those things. And so that's why developers want to do it. It's purely, a market play for them. It's fixed interest rate for 10 or 25 years. I told you why the lenders like it, but for the county, you're improving your commercial industrial properties, your tax base, you're increasing property values, you're reducing your carbon footprint, and you're creating local jobs. I think we've created something like 3,500 job years just through the projects that we've done. Technologically, you can do just about anything that reduces water use, electricity, natural gas, propane, any other kind of power use, or puts on EV chargers or renewable energy. The new thing, as Michelle mentioned, the state tweaked the statute last year. And so we need to re-up it here. I'm going to ask you to pass a resolution re-upping it because there's new things you can do. It improves the kind of flexibility of the program for property owners, but it also allows them to use this for environmental hazards, lead paint abatement, PFAS, and resiliency for severe weather. So we are really happy about that. But to do a project like that, we can't do it until you include that in your PACE program. And it works in the capital stack with every kind of incentive. We were the first PACE program in the country to get approval from a USDA finance building. We now have HUD approval. You can use it with TIFs, brownfields, tax credits, any of those IRA tax credits that survive, you could use it with that, et cetera. And here's what we've done so far. 87 projects, $308 million of private investment. Hundreds of millions of dollars saved, 900 million gallons of water, a lot of improvements. But there's two reasons that I'm excited to be here today. One is just the basic brute fact that you have to re-up this after 11 years to be up to date with the new statute. But also, I want Washtenaw County to be more active in this program. Look at this chart on your screen. I don't know if you have this if you have this thing. Okay, good. This is the number of projects that have been done by counties. We are the 8th biggest PACE state. I'm really proud. Our little program, we're the 8th biggest one in the country, 8th biggest program. If Wayne County was a state, it would be the 16th biggest. They've done 29 projects, over $100 million, 1/3 of our volume by both dollars and, and number of projects. And yeah, they're the biggest county in the state, and they have the city of Detroit. They've done projects in a lot of downriver, Western Wayne, and it's not just because it's that big. Oakland County's done 9. Grand Traverse has done 8, for God's sakes. And, 5 counties have done 2 to 4. You can see there's 15 counties, including Washtenaw, that have done 1. And I feel sure we could do a lot more of that here. And especially with all this turbulence politically This is something that's stable, local, you control, nobody can mess with it. And so, you know, I want to keep going. Here's just a few of the examples of projects we've done. This is the one you did here, but look at the variety. Antrim County, way up north, super conservative county. That was a new build hotel with just under $2 million of PACE financing. Here's in Grand Traverse, a more urban, you know, within the city of Grand Traverse, over 5 million of financing. This church in Ottawa County was a warehouse or something, you know, was some other kind of building. And they repurposed the building, used $2 million of PACE financing, obviously with a lot of other money. PACE doesn't pay for, you know, stuff that doesn't save energy, right? So if you're going to reconfigure the inside walls to be a church instead of a office building or warehouse, it doesn't pay for that. So this might have been a $10 million project or something, but that's that's a huge church in Ottawa County. You could definitely do nonprofits. And look at this, in the little town of Hillsdale, that county didn't want to join, so the city of Hillsdale did. And they did a project for about $2.8 million to look at redo a historic, every Michigan town has buildings like that. So, and then a much more pedestrian kind of thing in Romulus, you know, storage units, especially if they're heat controlled, use a lot of energy. And you know how the lights come on and off, and if you make them all LED, it saves a lot of energy. So there's just, you know, your creativity is the limit of what you can use this for. And I'm happy to answer any of your questions, but we've done, let's see, 61 local governments. So, you know, the new ones that are coming in, Barry County came in a couple weeks ago, another conservative place, Monroe last night. So obviously they're doing the latest and greatest docs right from the start. But I think 58, Mr. Chairman, of our 61 we had to redo the docs, and we're done with almost all of them. And here I am in one of the most important counties, and I really want to get this done, you know, expeditiously. And I hope to work with economic development folks here and the environmental community to get more activity in Washtenaw County. So with that, if you have questions or comments, I'd love to hear them. And thank you very much for letting me appear before you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Congressman. I'm going to jump out of order just a moment here. Is Commissioner Dietrich still with us?
There she is.
Michelle, if you want to either add to the statement that you were able to fit into the public comment, just given the jurisdiction of the discussion tonight, I want to afford you that opportunity. Sorry to rope you in. And
No,
then Congressman will get to Q&A.
I think I did it so fast, I got to almost everything. Maybe, hopefully you were able to understand me as I speed talk. I am really excited about what the state has added to the purview of PACE, and that we can address like public health issues like lead paint mitigation, and we can address some of the huge climate issues which are facing us around stormwater mitigation. We know we've had flooding issues already in Ypsilanti and other communities. I think this, you know, it definitely is helpful to property owners. It's helpful in reducing our carbon footprint. And I mean, like I said, it's a win-win-win. It can help us address these other issues. So I don't think there's a downside to this. And that's so rare in government. So I really hope, you know, as chair of the county's environmental council, which I'm privileged and honored to hold that role, you know, if we can move forward on this, I think we're really eager to help support the work of you know, our water commissioner and our resiliency officer and Congressman Levin to make sure that we are able to get PACE projects in all of our communities across the county. So thank you very much.
You bet. You bet. Thank you for being here. Open it up. We'll start with Commissioner Hodge and then Somerville.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I want to emphasize the piece about it being a win-win for everybody. I spoke with the team from PACE back in 2023. I think at that point we had to re-up our commitment, but as you mentioned, there's a lot more that we can do with it now compared to before. So it does seem like something that is just a win all around for us to continue to participate in.
Great. Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you to Commissioner Dietrich and the Congressman. I'm really interested, like hypothetically, For like an entity that has never participated in a PACE project before, what would be the best way to get them connected to you? So, for example, if somewhere in Washtenaw County, there's a multi-unit apartment complex that has been condemned and there could potentially be a receivership in place. Have you ever dealt with a situation like that where an entity comes in and totally rehabs a multi-unit housing facility and participates in something like this?
Absolutely. At this point, we've done almost every conceivable situation. We've had old hotels, apartment buildings, buildings that haven't been used for many years. And now we have new construction. At the first, we didn't have any new construction. Now we have a lot of new construction. And if you want to get into all of I'm really into like how we need changes we need to make in the program. This is a market program, right? And so the lenders are trying to make money and they kind of realize that a $300,000 project takes about the same amount of paperwork as a $30 million project, and they start putting floors. And, you know, that cuts out small, medium-sized businesses. So we're super active in trying to find credit unions and CDFIs and local banks to do projects. And sometimes the kind of thing you're talking about, where one of those kind of groups might be involved, but there's capital needed, is a real opportunity to, you know, even help us grow, you know, the health of the program overall. So I'm absolutely, you know, we have done stuff like that, and we absolutely should do it. And y'all, we're a tiny team. We're 3 to 6 people given the time. So you just call me.
Okay.
You know, I mean, or, you know, I'll give you my cell phone number and
Yeah.
you call me. And people, every week we get inquiries on our website or, you know, in our inbox, and we respond to them, every
Awesome.
single one. So yeah,
Thank
we're
you.
pretty easy to find. And by the way, one other thing is just that the lenders, both the lenders, developers, and the contractors, once they get the hang of this, they kind of do PACE projects over and over. So a lot of times we get a lender or a contract, depending on the situation, involved, and then they're all in the mix of trying to come up with a solution to a situation like that from the beginning. The last thing, the earlier you get us involved, the better.
Thank you. That's really helpful. In the district that I represent, we have a lot of multi-unit apartment complexes that are older. And I think that like the residents that live there end up paying, you know, just paying the cost of like the older built space, and the like the energy costs and everything like that are just, you know, they're paying that for the most
Right.
part, unless they're in a space where it's all included.
So it's got to be 4 units or more.
Okay.
And in general, and, you know, again, we'd have to work together. I would struggle to find a lender for really small projects. We're working on that intensively. That's true across the country in PACE programs, but, you know, we, like in Minnesota, where the Port Authority of St. Paul is the administrator, and so they have like all this power over the financial industry, right? Because they issue bonds and all the banks want to work with them and stuff. They have like, there's one credit union in Minnesota that's done 100 projects.
Wow.
And they'll do really small ones for their existing clients. So there's really, it's a lot of, it's exciting what we might be able to do.
Yeah,
in that.
that is very exciting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go to Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair and Congressman. Thank you for being here today and for delivering your presentation. So as we've discussed, you know, obviously supporter of these changes and glad that we're going to be taking these up. As a member of the Environmental Commission, it's something that I worked with Chair Dietrich on. And obviously, when I was in the legislature, I sponsored the bill to do all these changes. Unfortunately, we didn't get it passed because we were working with a Republican control in the House, and there was a minority of the Republican members, a small group of Republicans ended up blocking it. It was on the agenda, but we never got it up for a vote because there was a very small group of them that just didn't want to vote on it, and they deferred to that small group to win the day, even though we pulled in other Republicans to help support. But then ultimately it passed during Democratic trifecta. Was glad to see that, obviously. Nice to see bills that I introduced ultimately get passed into law. So, but some questions that came up during that time that folks may want to have answered. So the first one that I heard a lot is, obviously with the solar and energy type stuff, it's kind of easy to imagine how a PACE program would work in terms of the financing. It's a little bit harder to imagine with, lead paint or some of the, water remediation or, resiliency work that you would do in a building. You want to talk a little bit about that and how those setups would work moving forward?
Yeah, well, for one thing, those things don't have to be cash flow positive because they aren't.
Right.
They're not gonna reduce an energy spend if you, I guess theoretically, if you have a building with lead in it, you can't get as high rent or something or other, but basically, we have to treat those as health matters, environmental matters that just must be dealt with for the public good. And so PACE financing is a way to get that financed. The changes that the legislature made included that those don't have to be cash flow positive, and they also allowed property owners to waive the requirement for an energy guarantee or the cash flow positive guarantee. And basically what we found in practice is we really want smaller contractors to get in this game, right? To me, that's like a positive good, like a local Michigan business. Two people in a solar truck, they got one truck and they should be able to do this, not just some huge corporation, right? They look at the idea that they're guaranteeing the energy savings for 20 or 25 years. And they're like, gee, Sue, are we going to be here? We're 5 people. And it was hard. And so they had to jack the price up for that. So it really improved things in a lot of ways. But I felt like your bill, or whatever they ended up passing, was practical in the way of allowing the resiliency and environmental hazard things to be included without having to be cash flow positive. By the way, the legislature in the first instance included EV charging infrastructure, and that generally does not save a property owner money. And in fact, in the early years of adoption of EV vehicles, I can tell you as someone who's been driving them for almost a decade, most property owners don't charge even, not only do they pay for the charger to be installed, but then they don't really charge for the electricity because people feel like it's an amenity that they should just get. So that isn't cash flow positive either, but we thought it was really important to include it in the legislation to encourage adoption of EVs. And as you know that I introduced a bill in Congress called the EV Freedom Act, and you could see way back when I introduced that bill that charging infrastructure was going to be the biggest barrier to regular folks being able to buy an EV. And we're shamefully behind in building out public EV charging infrastructure. So that was another example of something that's that people can do that doesn't.
I guess kind of what I was digging for a little bit is it's not, in terms of how you're doing the financing, it's going to be a different approach. And in terms of the terms of saying, something being cash flow positive or not, it's different. It certainly is different, but in the sense, thinking about all the money that I just spent on my basement because there's water down there, and magnifying that for a larger project and some of the resiliency work that you have to do. So, maybe it's not cash flow positive, but the amount of money that you have to spend on those things is like lead in walls is not, we may treat it as optional, but is it really optional?
No.
When it comes to health? We may treat, stormwater as optional, but is it optional when your basement's flooding? Those are the kinds of things where I just think, this is a way of sort of re-envisioning how we approach what even that means in that way. So that's, so I think this is an opportunity, like you're saying, to expand that and be able to think about, how we approach our buildings just in a different way moving forward.
If you think of the commercial industrial buildings of this country, if you think out to like 2040, 70% of the building stock of that time is already here, right? It's older, it's largely inefficient, and it may have many of these hazard problems. And we've just got to deal with it. It's just a necessity for society, and we have to make all those buildings more efficient. And this is just a way to get private capital, and that there's no way we're going to pay for all that with government money, right? It would just not. And this is a way to make it happen. So I really agree with you.
I want to open it up for any other commissioner questions at this time. Okay, Congressman, I do have one. You listed a number of counties, and and their corresponding number of PACE projects. We were at 1, if I'm remembering correctly. Why is that? How do we get an increase there? We never want to lag our neighboring counties, but there's some scattered throughout the state that, particularly when we see Ottawa County doing something innovative with PACE, that's a spur for us to do more. How can we do that?
Well, I think there's a few things. A really small thing is you can try to adopt our program as it is as much as possible instead of changing a lot. Way back in 2014, when the county first adopted this, there were a whole lot of changes made by your outside counsel that I don't know why. We made the decision to just kind of go with it because, the county wanted it that way. The PACE, the private actors you're a developer, right? You're a contractor, you're a lender. You do this, you're in the Lean and Green Michigan ecosystem. We are the PACE program for 81% of Michiganders. And then you come to this one county and they have these differences that feel material in the way the program works. So that it'd be great if when you adopt it this time, plus we've made every project, we learned something, right? So we're kind of proud of it. I mean, we keep improving and improving our docs and they're legally very tight. And, that we haven't had any problem with a single PACE project in terms of legality of it or any in any jurisdiction. So that would be a small thing is when we get to the point of adopting this, I hope you'll, consider taking our program largely as it is, as we run it in every other jurisdiction. But really besides that, Chairman, I think it's a cultural thing. And so this is obviously one of the most environmentally conscious places in the state and even in the country. But it's really more the intersection of that with the business community. And so we have to get the developers and their hangers, the lawyers and accountants and all the people who work with them to, on this train. Like take Grand Traverse. Interesting, right? It's just in the business, if you go to the business community up there, they know what it is and they use it, and so I think it's a little bit like, well, gee, I'm going to do what Mr. LeBar did. It's a little bit, you get it going and it builds on itself. So I think it's really just a question of getting 1, 2, 3 projects going and then it kind of builds from there. And I don't know exactly why all the reasons it hasn't, happened here as fast. But I just think this is a great chance for us. I mean, you're like all of you, but 2 are new. We haven't even talked to you about this in years. I've like a lot of, between you all and your staff and whatever Chamber of Commerce and all the groups that might be around here, I hope we can really, build this out much more aggressively.
Thanks. Commissioner Robbie.
Just quick thought that I had. Well, first of all, I think it'd be potentially good to talk to the Vice President of the Ann Arbor IPSI Chamber when you have a chance. Any time that you have a chance, but.
Got it. I'll take that under advisement, sir.
Yeah. And the other person that would be good to talk to is Nathan Vogt. I don't know if you've worked with.
Say it again.
Nathan Vogt, V-O-G-H-T.
I don't think so.
He's a county employee. He's been around for a long time. He runs our brownfield program.
Oh,
And he does a lot of economic development type stuff. So he, interacts with a lot of developers, even the ones that don't come through our brownfield program. I'm sure he could recommend.
That'd be great.
This,
I'll
so
do that for sure.
maybe, Beth and Michelle and you, that'd be a good meeting to have.
I mean, that's what it's like. And now that I'm remembering, why does Ingham County have several? It was really one person, the Eaton County,
Ingham County.
in
Oh.
Ingham County, what's the township? Delta Township. That's just west of Lansing, the Delta Township. I can't even remember. He was like an economic development staff,
Yeah.
but that guy got into this
Yeah.
and he brought us projects.
I
So-
think it is. I mean, and Nathan's working, developers are sitting down with him all the time. And, I have mixed feelings about brownfields generally and tax credits generally, but this is neither of those things. This is a voluntary program that developers can enter into. And it's something that can be in the menu of things that that they're presenting when they meet with folks. So
We'll do
I
that.
think Nathan is kind of a key player for you,
We'll do that for sure.
and the vice president of the Ann Arbor Chamber, whoever that might be.
I'll find that person.
And he may have even spoken with that person before, so,
Maybe.
we'll go to, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I heard he's elusive. That,
Hard to find.
I'm pirating it. I've had ongoing vertigo, so that's why I'm moving like I'm
Oh,
so I'm
dear.
trying to move very slowly. I was gonna suggest Nathan, I meet with him tomorrow, because it seems like there's a lot of intersection between what you're talking about and talking about people who are thinking about brownfield projects and things like that. So I'm excited to like, he's gonna talk to me about brownfields more, and I'm gonna talk to him about this more.
Right.
And I would say that one of my goals then as chair would be to like get us past one. Not a huge lift, I feel like, but I'm gonna get us past one.
All right,
Okay.
deal.
Commissioner Hodge.
Just another plug for Nathan. I talked to Nathan about this a couple of years ago, so he should be familiar at least to some extent.
Wow, this is
So
getting.
It's too bad Nathan's not here. I mean, it's, call him up. Maybe he's on Zoom. Is he on Zoom? He might be on Zoom.
Just want to publicly state we value Nathan's time and so forth. This was not by intent, but yes, I concur. Nathan is a good guy to talk to.
You will have a good time with Nathan.
Nathan's my constituent, so.
Any other commissioner questions at this time? Commissioner Light.
Not a question, just a comment. Thank you very much for coming to present. And I will be speaking with you as, you know, I heard you speaking about lenders and needing that opportunity. I may have some lenders to provide to you that would bite at the opportunity of, you know, making us a safe and better environment in these projects. So I will be contacting you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Commissioner. I appreciate that. We can work together.
Congressman, thank you for your work and your time, and pleasure to see you in hopefully not 11 years' time. We'll see you again.
Yeah, we'll cut a ribbon soon on the second project. Thank you all.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman. Thanks.
We will move then to item B, which is an update on a resilience office. And I want to turn it over to Beth Gibbons, our county resilience officer.
So thank you so much, Chair. Thanks for providing me the opportunity to share this update with the commission and to also share this time with Congressman Levin to get to talk. I think it really highlights the work of our office because, as I'm fond of saying, we are a small and mighty office. There's little that we can do by ourselves, but there's a lot that we can do with our partners. And those are across departments and also across, the partners outside of the county itself. Let's see. So I'm going to provide an update on what the office has been up to and a bit of a look ahead about where we're going in 2025 and maybe share some of where we hope to be going beyond that. Just as a recap, I know everyone in the room knows the history here, but I think it's helpful to remember where we came from to know where we're going to. In 2019, the commission declared its climate emergency, and that set in motion where we are today. We followed up as a county from that climate emergency with the development of the Resilient Washtenaw Plan. And the Resilient Washtenaw Plan sets ambitious targets for us to achieve carbon neutrality in county operations by 2030 and carbon neutrality across the county by 2035. In July of this last year, I began as the director for the Resiliency Office. And in March, I was joined by our program manager, Beatrice Maringo. And in October, I was joined by Kim Human, who is a My Healthy Climate Corps member. And so our small and mighty office is now a team of 3. The Resilient Washtenaw framework, as I said, has these 2 core goals of achieving carbon neutrality for county operations by 2030 and across all of the county by 2035. But it goes really well beyond just carbon neutrality goals. We have 8 strategies in the plan, which include the energy transition, housing, mobility and access, health, preserving working lands and natural areas, infrastructure and circular economy. And those strategies begin with one at the top, which is implementation. And we think of the implementation strategy as these are things that need to happen in order for us to achieve anything else that comes after of those 2 through 8. Additionally, we intersperse all of the strategies with these key principles, and we expect the principles to arise in all of the work that we're doing: racial equity and environmental justice, supporting public health, a just transition, a resilient economy, providing community support and partnership, and high communication and engagement. Throughout the plan, we then have 5 to 10 5 to 10 actions in each of these strategies, kind of rounding out about 45 different action areas that include metrics that we can measure how we're doing by. Up until now, what we've been up to since July, we are hosting our My Healthy Climate Corps member. We've been really aggressive in finding ways to recruit some technical assistance to our office in a small amount of funding. We've won placement in 3 technical assistance programs, 2 from the state, from the Michigan Infrastructure Office, and from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, and 1 from the federal government through the Department of Energy. We have 2 summer internship programs, which we're prepared to participate in, 1 through Summer Works and 1 through University of Michigan. We've been hosting meetings across departments and across counties, and co-hosting with Facilities Management the 2025 Lunch and Learn series, which is held on a quarterly basis and open to employees from across the whole county. We've been publishing a bi-monthly newsletter, and you have in your packet an example of that March newsletter, and working on facilitated and coordinated projects with multiple departments, but really most notably working very closely with Facilities Management, Parks and Rec, Public Health, Emergency Operations, and the Water Resource Commission. And then we're providing technical assistance on renewable energy ordinances across the county and getting ready to host a countywide climate practitioners convening. We can't do everything at once, and I will say that as a person who's been an executive director of a small nonprofit, it is a trap that I'll fall into regularly of trying to anyway. But we know we can't do it all at the very beginning. So I wanted to lay out for you what our 2025 priorities and projects are, and you have that on a sheet in front of you. On one side, you have what are the priorities listed out by where they fall in the strategy area of the Resilient Washtenaw Plan, and who the key partners are for us to be able to make progress on those strategy areas. And on the back side, you see kind of a window into my own brain and how I think about the work that we're taking on. And I do tend to think about projects in these buckets of climate mitigation and energy activities, climate adaptation and disaster response activities, and implementation strategy actions, these things which are core to our engagement, communication, transparency, and integration. So you see this kind of color coding happening on page 2. Page 1 are the Resilient Washtenaw strategies, and page 2 are what the activities and outcomes are that we're anticipating in this year ahead. I do want to be mindful that Resilient Washtenaw Plan, sometimes, I actually just said this yesterday at a panel I was on, I was part of the consulting team that developed Resilient Washtenaw, and sometimes I wonder what Past Beth was possibly thinking when she worked with a team and put together 10 really ambitious strategies that we would be making progress on, or perhaps even achieving by the end of the first year of that plan. So here I did want to just transparently put down what are those 10 Resilient Washtenaw strategies that had 2023 target dates. Our office didn't start working towards these goals until 2024. And these are things that I'm keeping in mind as what we need to be kind of holding a good line on, and hoping that we're making progress on these by the end of this year. Right now, 8 out of 10 of these strategies we are making progress on, and I have a pretty good idea about how we'll be making progress, at least on our community bulk buy for solar and building electrification. The update of building codes is a little trickier, but happy to talk about that if you'd like to. I want to walk through and kind of bring together what you have on that sheet that outlines our project and priorities and the related projects. So As you hear about our work out in the world, and as you might have questions about what it is that we're doing and what you can expect from us, you can see how the outcomes and projects feed into the plan itself. So first, in the implementation strategy, here we're focusing on our climate education and public engagement, the creation of a regional resilience authority, and carbon pricing and decision-making. The way that that is looking out in the work that we're doing includes these types of projects: formation of a resource library, amplification of existing resources for climate action. This is really where we're something of a concierge of information to departments, but also to the constituent municipalities across the county so that they're getting the information they need to make progress on climate goals. We're working on establishing the Washtenaw Resilience Authority, first through the development of a regional climate network, and we're working to initiate plans on a resilience funding authority. Really, that begins by building trust and relationships. Funding has to come after people know and trust one another and understand what we're working toward. We're developing templates for external and internal communication, sponsoring events, and really just trying to make sure that the Resiliency Office is out and visible in the world. And then thinking about how we integrate Resilient Washtenaw goals into the priority setting and budget decisions and working with individual departments. And I think that this is really an area that's so important for collaboration with the Board of Commissioners, because we know that we want to see the Resilient Washtenaw goals coming into all of the decisions that the county is making. And so how we work together with all of you is really critical here. In terms of our energy transition, I know that this is a mess of words up here, but we are actively working on creating a countywide energy concierge, thinking about expansion of weatherization programs, moving towards 100% renewable energy and energy efficiency updates for all county operations, 100% electric and renewable energy and fleet policy, and the electrification of the county fleet. You will not be surprised to see our lead partner for many of these is the Facilities Management Department. As we think about the related projects that are coming out of this body of work, we are working on establishing the Resilient Washtenaw County's emissions inventory. This is an, interesting to me topic because there's emissions inventories that are conducted by the state, by SEMCOG, by the City of Ann Arbor, by the University of Michigan. And rather than us just running out and starting to do our own whole cloth emissions inventory, we're trying to make sure that what we're counting and tracking is really meaningful for the decisions that we need to make here in the county, that we're not being redundant, but we're really being additive to what's already happening. From there, we'll be able to create a prioritized list of projects and strategies to reach our 2030 and 2035 goal, really what I'm thinking of as a decarbonization menu that we'll be working together with the Environmental Council and with all of you to select what are the projects that we want to be prioritizing. We're happy to be working with a consultant to develop project development plans for multiple county-owned facilities and sites to be thinking about renewable energy on those sites, and working with the developer community across Washtenaw County to create a Washtenaw County Resilient Buildings Handbook, which is taking lessons learned from doing net zero building in Ann Arbor and extending those lessons to the developers, the builders, the electricians, and other craftsmen who work across the whole county. Some of these boxes you're going to see come up in multiple places. A lot of our work overlaps multiple strategies, and so I'll talk more about the blue boxes as we get further down our list. In housing and mobility, we're working on model zoning, emissions accounting mechanisms, tracking and reporting VMTs, and improving MPG miles per gallon throughout the countywide fleet. The new things on here are really around the model zoning. We're launching a program working with municipalities across the county to help them to develop model zoning codes and land use ordinances to be prepared for large-scale renewable energy projects. This is part of our goal of having a library of templates that are usable by municipalities. And we're working closely with the Graham Institute at University of Michigan to take some of what they've already developed in terms of templates and convene municipalities from across the county so that they can develop land use templates and land use ordinances that are really suited for what they want to see in their community. And this is really in the goal of helping them to get ahead of developers showing up with a project, for them to say, this is what we want projects to look like, and be able to meet developers, head on. We've also found that overall, when communities have ordinances and land use codes ready to go, developers are really willing to work with them, even if they aren't fitting perfectly into some of the state rules that have recently been set from, for example, PA 233. In terms of health, I have to say that the health sector space really fits into where some of my passions are. I come from a background working more extensively in climate change adaptation or climate resilience, which is to say thinking about how the impacts of climate change are already with us and how they will affect people who are already vulnerable through so many of our ineffective and incomplete ways of providing social and infrastructure support. The health piece here highlights strengthening climate and health partnerships, developing climate adaptation programs for public health, and supporting resilience in vulnerable communities. We're working on first finding some funding and developing a partnership with the city of Ann Arbor to write a hazard mitigation plan for the county. Our county is one of just a handful that doesn't have a hazard mitigation plan, and this is a key document which enables municipalities to be able to go to the federal government for resilience funding. Having a hazard mitigation plan is also a first step for an individual municipality to participate in something that's called the community rating system. If a community is participating in that program, then households that are in a floodplain can have a reduced flood insurance rate. So having a hazard mitigation plan is an enabling step for pursuing federal funding, and also can have an immediate benefit to households by reducing their flood insurance costs. Now, we know that there's a possibility that we're going to finish a hazard mitigation plan and we're going to try to hand it to FEMA, and we're not sure who's going to be there anymore. But we feel like if we do hazard mitigation planning better than just a check the box process, it'll allow us to also establish resilience metrics based on community values, expertise, and need. And so while our plan sets out these very clear goals of saying mitigation, carbon neutrality by 2030 for county, but carbon neutrality by 2035 for the whole community, we don't have that same kind of articulated high-level goal around resilience and what it means to be prepared for climate impacts. Hazard mitigation done well will give us that goal. So we'll be able to sit those side by side, and community members will be able to say, are we meeting the expectations that they've set for us or not? Around our natural and working lands, we're working with Parks and Rec Department to make sure that we're appropriately quantifying the carbon benefit of our natural lands. We also were, unfortunately, I have to use a past tense here, partners with Washtenaw County Conservation District on what was called the Climate Smart Ag Program. Unfortunately, we did receive a termination notice of that program on April 14th. I will say that that is now the third of 3 federal programs that we were partnered or participating in that we've seen terminated. I don't think that the termination of the program is going to stop the work and the collaboration opportunity between Washtenaw County Conservation District and the Resiliency Office, but it certainly is a challenge. I will say, having had that project in place when I joined the organization has given me an opportunity to work closely with them, and I think there are a lot of opportunities for us to bring the agricultural community into our shared climate work. So I know that we're going through a lot of information. There are a lot of boxes. Just to kind of take this up to a very high level, all the little actions, all the little outcomes, whether it's a newsletter or spreadsheet, whether it's a handbook, they really fall under these kind of big areas of focus that our team is trying to push forward. Working with facilities on the decarbonization plan and actions, thinking there about our on-site renewable energy projects, and thinking about space plan really not as a proper noun, but as a way that we think about the spaces that we're in, the spaces that we need to be, operating, and how do they work best for our community. We're working with the Eastside on the Eastside Recreation Center, thinking about how does this become a model of what Washtenaw County has put forward in the Resilient Washtenaw Plan as place that is able to provide solar power, battery backup, someplace that people can gather before, during, and after an event? How does it become both a physical, but I also think a cultural model of what it is that we have in the values of Resilient Washtenaw? We're working on the hazard mitigation planning. We're working on the renewable energy planning and technical assistance program. We're working to support county departments on the integration of Resilient Washtenaw goals. So being kind of an on-call support. As I said, we can't do anything by ourselves, but we can be a multiplier to what departments want to be doing, and we try to offer that. And then convening and formalizing the Washtenaw County Resilience Collaborative. Now, this is a key piece in us being able to convene difficult conversations across the county on climate to bring people together and to help them to be sharing what's working for them, where are their sticking points, and how do we prioritize our projects together. I think that we have opportunity to keep pushing further. There's more that we could be doing for departmental support. I think we get more requests for support, information, facts than we're really actively able to field, but we're doing our best. More opportunities for integrating carbon pricing into decision-making. We want to make sure that we're seeing Resilient Washtenaw priorities in all of our decisions. And then providing this municipal on-call. And then we know that there's a lot of opportunity for connecting economic development and municipal planning for renewable energy projects. So I think the PACE program being a great example of ways that we're trying to bring those pieces together. There are some challenges, there are some challenges that we have ahead. I think that there's a natural inclination to try to deprioritize climate goals in the face of the other issues that we're facing today. I'm not not immune to that sentiment of how do we do this amidst so many other challenges. I want to say, there's this idea that there'll be a rollback of financial incentives, but the financial incentives weren't there when we started the Resilient Washtenaw plan either. And so while they certainly have felt like a wind in our sail, I don't think there's any reason that they become a barrier to us achieving our goals, whether they're there or not. I've worked on climate for a long time. I've worked on climate when there's a friendly federal government and when there is not. Rising to that challenge is something that I think the climate community is uniquely capable of doing. This work is often about finding the will to do hard things, even when we know there may be administrations that aren't going to support us. I do want to name this uncertainty among local municipalities and residents on the future of the energy transition. Again, really finding ways that we're able to bring the market and bring economic development into this work and show that this is a priority for the county can be a really important way that we stabilize our market and dispel the sluggishness that we might otherwise see in this kind of energy transition. And there's a clear challenge ahead about vulnerability to extreme weather. With the unknowns of what is going to happen from federal support, I think it's all the more important that we're prepared as a county to care for people before, during, and after events and know that we are likely to be turned to, we're always turned to first, and we may be needing to provide even more as federal support becomes perhaps less dependable. So, what does it mean to stay hopeful? I've been doing climate work for a long time, and you can't keep coming back to this topic unless you have some type of hope. But hope doesn't have to be just something that is cotton candy and puffy. And I really appreciated this breakdown, and I'm going to provide it to you about what are the types of hope that might be available to us. So there's passive optimism or Pollyanna hope. And this is sort of saying, it's going to be fine. Don't worry about it. There's active optimism or heroic hope. And this is saying, oh, it's going to be hard, but we're going to do it. We're going to do it. And then there's sort of a shift. There's something that's called passive skepticism or stoic hope. And this is saying, it's going to get bad, but I think we're going to make it through it. And then there's this last one, and it's called grounded hope or active skepticism. And it says, there's no guarantee of the outcome, but I am going to do all that I can to make it as good as possible. And we are going to work as hard as we can toward that right end, whether we believe we're going to reach it or not. And I think there's a lot of reasons to be able to sit in grounded hope in this work. And these slides have some of those reasons. We know how to do this work. The technology is in our hands. The community is behind it. And I think it's work that we really can continue to pursue, even if we do it in this way of saying, I'm not sure if we're going to make it all the way, but I know that we can do good work as we move along that path. And so lastly, I just want to kind of flash the future. I do see us still moving towards having a regional resilience funding authority, an opportunity to bring together public and private funding for energy and resilience projects. I'm hoping that we move towards a future of having a shared energy or shared future initiative. This is, man, Nathan Vogt, like this is the guy. Thinking about meeting with him to talk about our land use and demographics across the county, thinking about merging of the energy transition with our infrastructure needs, and who is here today? How do we help them age in place, and how do we welcome the people who will come? And I'm hoping that we continue to sustain the attention to the resilient Washtenaw priorities throughout all of the Board of Commission decisions and the activities of the county. So with that, thank you so much.
Beth, thank you. And I also want to just thank you, being the first person in a role is its own unique challenge. And really appreciate the thoroughness of the presentation here. It's very helpful. Go to Commissioner Somerville to start the questions.
Thanks. I don't really have questions as much as just comments. I am really excited that you're here, really excited that you're doing this work, and I know that there's a lot of chaos going on in the world. But I don't want us to lose sight of our goals and some of the areas that really we should be focusing on for some of our most vulnerable residents. In my district, we have a lot of neighborhoods that anytime we have severe storms and extreme flooding, they are worse off than someone in other parts of our county, like Scioto or Ann Arbor. And so for low income residents, an extreme weather situation is even more challenging for them. And so as I've been involved in some of these conversations, I'm thinking of how can we make sure that we're centering the most vulnerable in conversations about climate adaptation, and then just historically, folks who have been most harmed by pollution, in air and water issues are Black residents. And so I think a lot about the West Willow neighborhood, and just the historic harms, being so close to the highway and having planes fly over your neighborhood. And so just a lot of things that I'm thinking about, both to undo past harms, but also how do we help those areas of our county, making sure that our climate goals and climate adaptation are centered around equity. And so I've had some side conversations, both with you and with Derek about the overlap that we could see between the Racial Equity Office and our Climate Resiliency Office. So I'm excited about that. And then the other thing that also ties into that, because Michigan's kind of being considered this climate haven, one of the things that I'm most worried about is displacement of people who are already vulnerable here, because we already have what are considered climate refugees from other states, people with more means to move from the West Coast to Michigan because our air is cleaner. And so how do we make sure we're building more housing to make sure that people aren't further pushed out, people who are already homeless in the summertime when we have really bad air quality days, where do they go? And so Chair Scott and I have talked about this for some time, about the need to have a 365 daytime shelter for people. And I know that I've spoken to you about it recently. And so I'm really excited about all this work. And those are some of the things that I'm most focused on as we continue on this path, because the folks that are most vulnerable are even more vulnerable as the situation worsens. So thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Go to Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I was lucky to be able to chat with you earlier today and get a preview of the presentation and then to talk more about some of the other items on here. Of the things that we talked about earlier and in the presentation, one of the things I was most excited about was the hazard mitigation plan.
Yeah.
Particularly because of the impact that would have for my district. We've talked a lot about the flooding that's occurred, and some of that's in Commissioner Somerville's too. Could you talk a little bit more about the hazard mitigation plan, why it's necessary for us, and what the plan is going to look like going forward?
Yeah. So the hazard mitigation plan is a FEMA required plan in order to enable municipalities to apply for a suite of funding opportunities that are specifically for resilience, for flood mitigation, and for preparedness. And, this is all difficult territory to track in our current moment. What had been previously thought of as the most politically resilient pot of funding for climate work is enabled by having a hazard mitigation plan. It's called the BRIC dollars, building resilient building resilient infrastructure in communities. It's funding that a community can apply for working on the infrastructure which they need in order to be prepared before a disaster. Hazard mitigation plans don't affect what happens after a disaster. Having one enables communities to get funding to lessen the impact of the disaster. We are one of about 7 counties in the state without a hazard mitigation plan. The city of Ann Arbor does have an HMP, as does University of Michigan. The city of Ann Arbor's hazard mitigation plan is due to be renewed in 2027. They have to be updated every 5 years. And there's interest from the city of Ann Arbor for us to join together to write a joint, what's it called, a multi-jurisdictional HMP. And so we're beginning conversations between the various offices in the city of Ann Arbor that would be supporting that effort. And I would love to see us bring together an HMP for the whole county. What would then have to happen is that individual municipalities would adopt it. And once they'd adopted it, then they could use its existence to apply for funding on their own, to go ahead into the community rating system to reduce the cost of flood insurance for their residents. They wouldn't be dependent on the county taking action. They would be able to use the HMP's existence for their own funding, fundraising, and financial incentives for their residents.
I just want to say I'm really supportive of us doing that and embarking on that process to have the countywide plan. So I was really excited for you to share that with me earlier. One other thing, I was glad to be able to learn about your philosophy around urban planning.
Oh,
Could you talk a little bit about that?
sure. I'm an urban planner by training, and I really believe that the form of a place should follow the functions that we want from it. That I went into urban planning really because I wanted to think about how do we design our places to serve the communities and the cultures and the needs of the people there. And I feel incredibly lucky to have kind of found a way into doing this climate work and to be doing this climate work locally with that grounding that it's all about, to me, this work is all about social cohesion. It's the way that people care for one another, know one another, and what we do to enable our public works to bring them together and to be together. That is what urban planning is for, not to give people a building and tell them to live in it because we decided this is the right way to do it, but rather, what do you need and how do we bring that form to you?
All right. Form should adjust to function.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. I got it.
Form follows function.
Form follows function. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions at this time? I'm gonna make use and ask one quick one. I know you don't have surety and cannot see the future, but any thought in terms of disruptions around international trade and physical infrastructure necessary to make some of these changes, some of the building equipment and so forth? Are we looking at, with the situation with tariffs, an exponential increase in terms of the cost of some of these adaptations?
Yeah. I mean, especially in our energy space, and there is an exponential cost to solar panels. We have very little solar panel production in the United States, so the 145% tariff on materials from China is very difficult to bring that cost into imagining what it's going to look like for us to continue down this renewable energy transition. I don't know what the numbers are exactly, but I can't deny that it is going to impact us.
I know that's beyond the scope of anybody in this room, but it is good to hear that that's a consideration. I suspect there's not a solution to that given the world we live in. So
Yeah.
Anything we need to be cognizant in that, you know, as we go forward as an organization. I know you have a great relationship with infrastructure here, but anything this board should keep in mind on that?
I mean, I'm watching what's happening with the spectrum of it, tariffs to grants to federal programs, and I would be more than happy to come back to the board and provide an update on how we see federal policy impacting the work of this office through a cost perspective, an enabling perspective, and just, you know, the willingness of people to gather and have conversations that they have been told may put them into a threatened position. I would appreciate the opportunity to come back and provide those summaries to you.
We'll take you up on that. I know it is both in one sense an ideological fight coming from Washington, but also the practical reality of labor
Yeah.
costs, material costs, all those things. So we'll make that venue available to you. Commissioner Robbie.
Yeah, just one last thing. Thank you for the presentation and for all your work. I just wanted to make sure to say again, for the Environmental Council, thank you for participation in those meetings and keeping us updated on the work that we're doing and for your partnership there as well. And I know that it's good to see all the work that you're doing because for such a long time the Environmental Council was kind of just as a group of volunteers trying to do the community education work and kind of carry that ball on its own. And now we have a great partner in you and your team. And so really excited about that partnership and the work that you're going to do. And looking at your presentation, I think there's a lot that you're starting the process on and things that we can really jump in and help work together on. So I know the Environmental Council volunteers have done an incredible amount of work and know this community so well, and so continuing that partnership I think is really important.
Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't be here were it not for the Environmental Council and their just steadfast determination to have this office exist and be supported. So it is an honor. Like, it's an honor to be working in my own community. It's an honor to be working with the Environmental Council on these initiatives. They've put so much into it.
Any other questions at this time from commissioners? Okay. Director Gibbons, thank you so much for your time and your work, and we'll be in touch to set up a return visit, if you will.
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Move now to item 6. Any items for current or future discussion? In terms of our immediate future, like a 15-minute horizon, Chair, should we plan to get going right at 7? Do you need an additional 10 minutes? Right at 7. Any other current or future discussion at this time? Okay. Entertain a motion to adjourn. Is moved in support. All those in favor? Aye. We are adjourned.
And Commissioner Hodge.
Here.
Commissioner LeBar,
Here.
Commissioner Light,
Here.
Commissioner Machewski.
Here.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders,
Present.
Commissioner Scott,
Here.
Commissioner Somerville.
Here. Thank you. I just want to note that Commissioner Beaman would love to be here tonight and finds everything on the agenda very important. She is at home, really quite sick. And as the resident nurse commissioner, I said, stay home for her and for us, because none of us want what she's got. So feel better, Commissioner Beaman. At this point in our meeting, we have public participation. When you come up to the rostrum to speak, you will have 3 minutes to speak. There's a little kind of light situation that happens there. Green, you're good to go. Orange means you're almost at your time. Red means stop. I will interrupt you to stop you because I try to keep things equal for everybody and don't want to give somebody 4 minutes and somebody 5 and somebody else 3. So I will interrupt you at 3 minutes. When you come to the podium, please introduce yourself and name the city or township with which you live in here in Washtenaw County. That helps our clerk, Ashlyn. Thank you. Welcome to our first speaker. Oh, hold on. Wait, we're going to put the microphone on for you so we can really hear you. Yeah, now everybody can hear you even in the hallway.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having us and for being here to listen. My name is Mary Ann Perone. I live here in Ann Arbor in District 9. Yes. And there's so many things we aren't certain about. But one of the things that I know I'm certain about, speaking for myself and perhaps for others here, is that we must, in Washtenaw County and everywhere, protect human rights and civil rights and protect basic human decency and project basic human decency and more. And we are as disturbed as many of you have been with what has happened recently, the attacks on our immigrant community. And most particularly tonight about the Homeland Security coming to our county buildings and asking for information. I would like to thank you, all of you, for taking this subpoena and for considering all the things that you are considering, what your legal obligations are and what your human rights obligations are, and exploring all avenues of resisting the subpoena. And I want you to know I'm grateful for that, and I stand with you, and I think many of us do, and we will stand with you. We will not consent to what they are asking for, and we ask you not to consent, and let us help you, and we'll show up. We will show up, and we will stand with our immigrant neighbors and with human rights and civil rights for all of us. Thank you very much.
Don't feel I need to call you, just kind of come up one after another is fine. Don't forget name and city or township, please.
Hello, my name is Christina Fullerton Rico. I live in Scioto Township. And thank you so much for holding this meeting for public comments. I have a PhD in sociology and I focus on the impact of immigration policies. And I want to tell the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners that you are not alone in having a municipal ID program. This is part of a nationally coordinated effort because the US federal government has failed to address US immigration policy for the past 40 years. So what that means is that for most people who are undocumented in the US today, there was no way that they could have migrated legally, and there is no way that they can adjust their status now. This is a national problem at the federal level. It needs to be addressed at the federal level. But because Congress has failed to act, and actually we've seen politicians vilify our neighbors, our community members, our family members, our friends, the people who kept our society running during the COVID-19 pandemic. Remember essential workers? Immigrants were vastly overrepresented in that category. So I want to thank you for doing the right thing and starting a municipal ID program. These programs make it possible for people to function in our society and to live in our county and have basic rights that everybody deserves. And the fact that we have this helps the whole community. So as you consider what to do going forward, I want to remind you that you are part of a nationally coordinated effort, and that you should stand with all of the other cities and counties that have implemented such programs. Stand together and protect these programs, because nothing good will come of doing away with this or chipping away at the few rights that people have. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Diana Gonzalez, and I'm a resident of Ypsilanti. I am a U.S. citizen, and I am still a DOJ accredited rep at the Michigan Immigrant Rights Center, although I've been laid off. And I'm scared for myself. I'm scared for my children. I have a trans child also, and I'm scared for my clients who have been through so much. Last summer, my kid was at the NIH, and I visited the American Museum of the Native American, and I couldn't be there very long because it's the voyage that many of my clients take. These young children, they don't come here just for an opportunity to work or to fill our labor shortage. They're running away from torture. And I'm sorry for the young children, if you maybe distract your children right now. They are running away from imminent torture and rape and kidnapping with often nothing but the clothes on their back. And many of them who have already, thanks to the efforts of my colleagues, have a way to asylum or a juvenile visa because they've been victims of abuse and have nowhere to go back to, or because they've been trafficked. They are still afraid because they might still be sent back. And they're being profiled, right? So I might be sent back. My mom came here when she was undocumented, but thanks to legislation, she was able to gain status. And I'm asking you not to give people up. I in college, never again means never again for anyone. And we are in the midst of that right now. I don't know if you've seen the aerial pictures of CCOT. It's not just a prison. It's not even just a concentration camp. It's an extermination camp. The President Bukelele has said that proudly that people never go out. There again, cover kids' ears. There are piles of bodies, red stains on the cement courtyard. People are being sent there to be disappeared. It's happening now. So what were we gonna do? The people of Greece stood and just said, oh, we just can't find them. You know how we're just so bad with records. If you can't identify who so-called people are, you can't send them away. But obviously they're not even paying attention to the law or to the Constitution or to human rights. Not that the Constitution has always stood for human rights, but we've changed it to grant birthright citizenship. But this is not sending us back to pre-civil rights. This is sending us back to antebellum times. So where you take a stand now, this is it. It's imminent. People are already being disappeared. People are already being terrorized. So I ask you to stand in any way you can.
Hello, my name, oh, okay, right, I'm gonna have somebody not speak have somebody speak who's not at the podium.
Oh,
So-
okay.
And he's right next to you, but you'll be
Excellent.
next.
Go
And
for
Can
it.
we just make sure we get the lights
That's
for
fine.
this gentleman too, even though he's not at the, thank you.
Thank you. I am Glenn Nelson, a resident of Ann Arbor.
I will make 3 points. First, thank you for your work to help those who are more vulnerable. To cite one example, among your many, your actions regarding the mental health and public safety millage. As you know, and as the saying goes, no rest for the weary. Now is not the time to relax. Second, please recognize and support the immigrants in our community. They make a major positive contribution to our economy and culture. The American Community Survey of the U.S. Census Bureau reports in Washtenaw County, 14% of the residents were born in a foreign country. In other words, 1 of every 7 residents is an immigrant. In Ann Arbor, 19% of the residents were born in a foreign country. In other words, 1 of every 5 residents in Ann Arbor is an immigrant. The choices of past immigrants to work, study, and live in our community have been critical to our success. Conversely, if we as a community become hostile to immigrants, those living here will be inclined to leave, and future immigrants will avoid our community, leading to major negative impacts on our economy and culture. Third, and most important, support the immigrants in our community because it is the ethical thing to do. A central ethical principle, often called the golden rule of morality, is stated in various ways. For example, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, or give respect, expect respect. Put yourselves in the place of immigrants and ask, how would you want to be treated? In conclusion, please give immigrants the respect that you expect from others. Respect them for their major contributions to our economy and our culture. Respect them because they are people who have and should have rights in our free democratic political system. Find to respect them so you, as individuals and as a governing body, will know you stood firm on your ethics when all too many public officials chose subservience rather than courage. Thank you.
Glenn, they're still clapping for you outside.
Hi, my name is Laura Sanders, and now, oh, wow, okay. That's the difference. My name is Laura Sanders. I am a resident of Dexter Township and a trustee with that township, very proud to be. And I'm here with my spouse, Ramiro Martinez. And we have been longtime immigrant rights advocates in the area with Wicker. And I sat on that committee 10 years ago that created the Washtenaw County photo ID for a lot of people, not just immigrants, but homeless folks who don't have an address, elderly African-American folks that were born without at home and didn't have a birth certificate. So the Washtenaw County ID, I probably don't have to tell you, is just such a creative and helpful document that helps people to identify themselves, which is so critical for accessing services. And I just I'm so proud to be with you here in Washtenaw County. You have backed so many positive, immigrant-friendly policies. You know, you've encouraged our sheriff and our police to stay out of the business of immigration enforcement. You've created really unique and spearheaded the, photo ID for county residents. And I just want to say, as Mary Ann did, we are with you, every single one of you. We are so proud to be in Washtenaw County with a group like you. And we don't want you to cave to the pressure that you're under. And I know it is intense, but we want you to be brave. We want you to be creative. We want you to be strategic. We want you to think out of the box. We want you to rely on us as community members. We are here with you to support you, and we feel supported by you. And I feel so grateful that you are our county commission. And we're carrying out the values that you're leading with in various municipalities around the county. So thank you so much. And hang in there, hang in there.
If anybody else in the room, our plan was to continue to do public comment with people in the room and then move to the overflow area. Also, just while I'm talking and I've interrupted the flow, I do want to recognize that our Congresswoman Debbie Dingell is here. So don't just think that this is an important issue to those of us sitting at this table. It's an incredibly important issue to our Congresswoman also, who has also been even supporting me and, the stress of dealing with this. She's a gem for this community and here to listen to you tonight also. So thank you for being here. Okay, your turn. Name, don't forget name, city or township, 3 minutes. You guys have been doing great. Thank you.
My name is Amy Projek. I'm a constituent in District 7 of Washtenaw County in Ann Arbor City, represented by Andy Labar. First, I would like to thank you for not capitulating to ICE's illegitimate non-judicial subpoena and releasing the personal, protected, and private data of vulnerable Washtenaw County residents. I'm urging the Board of Commissioners to prioritize and support policies that protect the dignity and safety of all our neighbors, including people who come here seeking safety, asylum, and a better life. Please use all available avenues to keep county residents' personal information, regardless of immigration status, safe. Considering the current administration's human rights abuses and violation of constitutional rights, we must stand for community trust and local practices that build our collective safety. I understand that standing your ground in this climate is a big ask, but should you continue to do the right thing, you will have this community's full support. We are living in an era where the federal government does not blink at sending an innocent man to a brutal foreign prison, and the president openly muses about doing the same to U.S. citizens. The consequences of not doing the right thing will be immediate and possibly deadly to our neighbors. What you do today matters for the most vulnerable residents, yes, but also for the safety and rights of us all. If one of us is not safe, none of us are safe. I came here tonight to speak for my immigrant neighbors, friends, coworkers, and family who have contributed so much to our culture, economy, families, and institutions. But I am also here to speak for my future and yours too, because one day, God willing, we will have to look our grandchildren in the eyes and tell them what we did during this time in history. And we can say, first, they came for the immigrants, and we did something, and we stopped them.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Letitia Lamel Sharp, and I live in Ypsilanti Township. Commissioner Hodge is my commissioner there. But I just want to say I also serve as the Washtenaw County Treasurer. And on behalf of the Treasurer's Office, we too stand with you and say that everyone is here, welcomed here in Washtenaw County. And the Treasurer's Office does not in no way request information on your immigrant status when we're answering questions or providing services. So I'm here with you and on behalf of our office, if there's anything I could do to help you as the Treasurer, I'm gonna do that. Thank you.
Boy, you guys have your hands full, and I'm Jeff Tritton. I live in Pittsfield Township. First of all, on the immigration issue, that's not why I'm here tonight, but just a reminder that unless you're Native American, we all come from immigrants, all of us. I'm here on behalf of the Washtenaw Healthy Aging Collaborative. We're a working group of the Washtenaw Health Initiative. And today I sent all of you an email, probably about half an hour ago, about our recommendations for investments to improve the lives of seniors. Our group has worked for several months to provide a consensus statement and recommendations for you guys to consider. This statement outlines possible key areas for investments to improve the lives of our seniors. Our collaborative includes many groups who look out for the best interest of seniors in our community, and we hope that the recommendations will help provide some strategic direction for the commissioners. Our recommendations include considerations for senior nutrition services, transportation gaps, expanding family and informal caregiver support, extending senior center support, increasing housing stability, and creating a central hub for navigating resources. And we do hope that you'll consider those recommendations on behalf of the Washtenaw Healthy Aging Collaborative. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is James. I go by Jim McCargar. I live in Dexter. Jason, where are you? There you are, my commissioner. Many of you know me. I've heard many of you in public forums. I know your positions. I know they align a lot with mine. I know you have taken some proud and sometimes very risky steps on some of the issues, like the immigration issue, which is the focus of so many people who are here today. We are at a time where I feel inside that it's woefully insufficient for me to just say, I'm going to follow the law and I'm going to protect my neighbors and I'm going to protect my family and I'm going to go to church and carry on. It ain't going to work. There is no norm so treasured right now, no law so foundational, no democratic principle so immutable that this administration won't overturn it at the drop of a hat with contempt. They dare anyone to challenge them. They bully those who do with threats of money and more. Most of you probably know that Harvard University recently was one of the rare universities to stand up and say no. It may cost them a cool $2 billion, but now I know that Harvard is not perfect. Their record in some issues, including ones I care deeply about, is awful. But I went there as an undergraduate. I graduated from there. I also graduated from the University of Michigan with a master's degree in education. I was a public school teacher. Wow, time flies when you're doing this kind of stuff. And I'm speaking slowly. So On the way here today, I was listening to an old Diane Rehm interview with the late, great Maya Angelou, Dr. Maya Angelou. And I immediately thought of one of my favorite poems of hers, A Brave and Startling Truth. I invite you to go read it later. I can't have time to do the whole thing. We, this people, on this small and lonely planet, traveling through casual space, across the path of remote suns, to a destination where all things tell us it is important that we learn a brave and startling truth. And I have got 6 few seconds left. I heard that laugh out there. I will not hate. I will not fear. We, in our darkest hour, we will not hate. We will not fear. We will have your backs if you take principled positions like you have in the past and more, because the time demands it of all of us.
Thank you, Jim. Thanks. Thank you.
I think I misread the lights.
That's all right. Thank you.
I yield the 40 seconds I didn't use next week.
I will tell you, some of you are old hands at being here. In case you're thinking, why are the commissioners not saying anything? It's because commissioner follow-up happens after all the public comment. So just so you know, we are listening. Next person, Dirk.
Dirk Mayhew, Ann Arbor. Like a lot of people have been watching these crazy videos of people being disappeared off the street, planes closed, policemen, unmarked cars. I'm thinking to myself, what if somebody I knew who had spoken out against the administration, maybe with a funny name and a, you know, some kind of different ancestry, what if I saw that guy getting packed into a van by a couple big guys in hoodies and he's yelling for help? What am I supposed to do? What should I do? My wife said, call 911. Like, yeah. But I know who answers that. There's 2 of them in the room. We got 2 deputies here. It's the Washtenaw County Sheriff that answers that call. And if anybody wanted to get something done, they would have called them. If they wanted to figure out who in our community needs to get gone, why not contact one of the dozens of police forces we have in Washtenaw County? It's not about getting something done. They don't care that they get the right people. They don't care who they get. They're just showing up and picking somebody. That's not the America I know. I'm glad you guys are standing up against this. I know it's a tough call. I know you'll do the best you can. And if there's anybody out there listening, any Trump supporter out there listening, look, I know you're not all neo-Nazis. Unfortunately, every neo-Nazi is a Trump supporter. And if there's Nazis at your rally, you are at a Nazi rally. I yield, and I'm going to leave the room so more people can get in here.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So I think I know everyone here. So I'm Rima Mohammed. I am in Pittsfield Township. I'm proud of having our county commissioner, Caroline Sanders, is one of my county commissioners, and every one of you here. I am also an elected, so I'm speaking to you as a fellow elected. I'm on the Ann Arbor Public School Board. But I'm also an immigrant. I came as a refugee here to this country. When I was 10 years old, I was proud to become a U.S. citizen under my parents. And I'm so thankful for what the U.S. has given me. I would have never had the opportunities here as a Palestinian American, and being proud of that. But what has happened in, I can't even believe, I don't even know, 2 months, especially recently, has been devastating. I personally feel unsafe. I feel alone. I feel unsupported. And not to any of you, but from fellow electeds and from administrators and some of our leaders as well. And if I'm feeling this way, I'm sure many, many people from the immigrant community feel this way as well throughout the county. But I did want to say thank you for each of you to stand strong. Thank you for protecting us. Thank you for everything that you've done and for not caving the day that, the Homeland Security was here. And I understand that you have to talk to legal counsel and get as much input, but I do appreciate what you've done so far. But I do ask that regardless of what your decision is, Trump will still do more. Even if you do cave or if you do give the information that the Homeland Security is asking for, he will still ask for more. So I please ask, do not cave. Do not cave like some of our fellow electeds that we've seen at the university, that we've seen others that have impacted DEI and other things. So please, like I said, we are scared. We do not feel safe. We feel unsupported. Please make us feel safe. Make us feel supported. We are all here behind you, regardless of what decision you make, is please do not cave. And we are here as a community to support all of you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Christine Abudahar, and I reside in Webster Township, just north of Ann Arbor, in Commissioner Crystal Light's district. I would like to thank you as our Board of County Commissioners for doing the right thing and not collaborating with ICE in its witch hunts and in taking the time to carefully explore your options. This is about standing up for all of us, our communities, our towns, our neighbors. This is what we expect from you as our local leaders, and we do appreciate it. Now, for the sake of brevity, I will keep this in-person statement general, maybe almost like a pep talk. I did, however, send an email with specific asks that you will find in your packet. Because local governments control important services that we people use daily, you can make a big difference in standing up to the off-the-rails madness that is imposed by the current president's administration. We all know that these attacks on our collective communities are far from normal and that this is just the beginning. We know too that what you in local government do now will set precedent moving forward. You can, at the local level, mitigate harm and build more inclusive communities. You can set the standard and shape statewide and national conversations on immigration policy. I will conclude by reiterating that we appreciate you for taking the stance which you have thus far. We urge you to hold the line, and we support you in doing what it takes to stand for the rights in everyone, or for everyone, in our communities. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joseph Kerr. I live here in Ann Arbor. I moved here in 2013, was here for a little bit, left, traveled around, and then like many other people, found my way back to Michigan, back to Ann Arbor. But when I lived abroad, I lived a few different places. I lived in Ireland for a bit, but I had a friend while I was out there who ran a refugee camp in Greece. And so I spent a good amount of time down there. And one thing I learned from that experience was that a country can have immigration policies, but what often can matter a lot is what happens locally. And where that camp existed in a small town called Anoifta, the community there was able to make a big difference in the lives of people from Syria, people from Afghanistan, people from all over the world. And so that to me, I think signals just the importance of everything that you all are doing. So thank you. I'm also a dad. I have 2 daughters, so I'm going to be here for a long time. They're in the school system here. And then I'm also a Googler, so I work locally. On that last point, I just want to say thank you for what you've done so far when it comes to data. Data is very important. I've seen that in my own job, but I think we're also starting to see this here nationally. So if there's anything additional that can be done to either do things online in a way that makes it so that folks don't have to leave the safety of their own homes if they're immigrants or undocumented, or if there are other data records we have that could put individuals at risk, like please just take extra care to look for those. So thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having us today. I'm James Iannone and I live in Ann Arbor. The first day of this administration, Elon Musk stood up in front of everybody and did 2 Nazi salutes back to back. And that was, in a way, it's like we're kind of thankful that he did that because it just lets them know what page they're on and what page we should all be on in response to that. And I was extremely disappointed in Senator Slotkin for voting affirmatively on the Lake and Riley Act, which is ridiculous. And I gave her a call to tell her what I thought about that, and I encourage everyone here to do the same. And I also called your office, Debbie, and they answered after 1 ring, and they were very receptive to what I had to say, so I wanted to thank you for being here as well. Please don't give these people an inch, because there's a massive body of data that shows that immigrants are some of the most law-abiding people in our country, and they contribute so much, and they get so little in return. And they're excluded from many of the benefits that we as citizens get, and they should be protected at all costs because they're really great people. And the immigrants that I've been fortunate enough to work with are some of the most hardworking and good-humored people that I've met. So I really hope that you do everything you can to resist the demands that are being made by ICE, which functions as a Gestapo, and CCOT is a torture facility. It's really, really cruel. The lights are on all the time. No one can sleep. They're monitored constantly. They don't get to go outside. And, in a year, they might be trying to send people who are citizens down to El Salvador. So I really like to prevent that from happening. Otherwise, I'll see you there. Thank you.
Good evening. I live in Pittsfield Township, and I just want to start by saying thank you and applauding you all for all the action that you do for Washtenaw County beyond the immigration issues. You and current members and past members have really done a lot for many issues in this county, and I work outside of Washtenaw County, and I am making comparisons all the time and saying, wow, we really have a lot a lot of positive things that we can say about Washtenaw County. So I know that this current group of elected officials, you all are critical problem solvers. You can think out the box, and I really appreciate what you all have done so far in standing your ground. But I don't envy you for what decisions come forward, or decisions you'll have to make coming forward or going forward with all the pressure that is for each one of you in this issue and others to come. But tonight I want to speak for a lot of people who can't be here or don't feel safe to be here. My friends, my neighbors, they have asked to please give the message that we need transparency for the community. We have an ethical duty. I myself, I remember, standing here years ago saying, we need this, we need the Washtenaw County ID, and we appreciate so much what has happened with the Washtenaw County ID. A lot of good has come from that. I had friends who couldn't pick up their medication before they had the ID. I had people who, have benefited, I have friends in my life who have benefited that in many ways from the county ID. So we really appreciate everything that the county ID has done. And it's ironic now that I'm standing here to say, but what can we do? Because we need transparency. I feel like there's an ethical duty to our community for informed consent. Whatever happens going forward, whether it's this issue today or any other issues in the future for our community of immigrants who do not necessarily have a safe space, and I'm not speaking of you all individually, I'm saying when I'm up here, I feel a little unsafe right now, just knowing that things are on the record. When I speak publicly, I know that things can be construed in different ways, and it's an unsafe feeling in a lot of ways. Just driving down the street right now for many of us, if you are not one color, then a lot of people feel unsafe right now for many different reasons, not just because someone is an immigrant. So I just want to make sure that we are asking, that you are hearing that the community needs transparency, and just some simple things to me. I know maybe it's not simple in the everyday workings of what can happen in the county, but when mailings go out for the renewal notices, I've read 3 or 4 different renewal notices for people because they didn't know what it was. They have an ID, they got a renewal notice in the mail, and they didn't know what it said because it's all in English. So when we're thinking about things, we have a lot of French speakers, we have a lot of Spanish speakers, and I'm sure a host of other languages. But when we think about how we're going to communicate whatever decisions come down, I really hope that that can be done in a universal way and done in a way that the community will actually be able to understand and feel like there was transparency and it was directed to them, not around them. So thank you very much for all that you do and for what you need to do going forward. I know that you all are standing in the best interest of all the county residents and immigrants. Thank you very much.
Can you tell us your name?
I'm sorry.
Could you tell us your name?
I'm gonna say Jane Doe.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, thank you, Jane Doe. Next up.
My name is, sorry, my name is Emily Royce. I live in Ypsilanti. First, I just want to say, thank you so much. The podium itself raises? Wow.
When you got a man like Yusuf on the BOC, you got to make sure the podium comes up. Look at that.
Now
Okay.
we all know.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. First, just thank you so much for serving, for being a public service. It's people with a strong moral compass and a deep heart that are driven to this kind of work. So thank you. I'm here to advocate for joy and pleasure in the fight. I want us to embrace our inner teenager and say F off to anyone who is a fake ass authority. They have broken like every law they possibly can. So for them to come in and try to insert a law and say, you need to follow X, Y, and Z, they have no authority. This is a moment for us really in history to embrace, not how can we comply, but how can we defy. This is not a moment to, and that goes for all of us. So it's not just to y'all, it's for everybody. To be clever, to be mischievous, and how can we get around a thing? How can we get away with a thing? How can we collaborate across different sectors? You have so much support here. Like there's a lot of positive people who just feel like things are still possible in the midst of a climate that's trying to create chaos, trying to divide us, trying to make us pit us against our neighbors, or just stay quiet while the immigrants are taken away, because at least it's not us, it's going to be us. As a disabled person that sees that ADA is already being chipped away at, that workplaces and universities don't have to comply with disability rights any longer, like it's already here. The moment of fascism is already here. So please choose to be radical. Please choose human rights, your heart. Please try to find a way. If you need support, you have it here, find it elsewhere, to defy, to defy. This is the moment. Thank you all so much.
What do I do? Hi, my name's Nathaniel Grolick. I study policing in Washtenaw County. I'm a, what do you call it? Sociocultural anthropologist at the university. I grew up in Ann Arbor. I've lived here my whole life. A I was recently talking to my daughter because I had to explain to her that I can't get deported. And so that was a conversation I didn't really expect to have, but we're in a situation where a lot of us don't have to care because we're not in danger. And it reminds me of like, what would it have been to be a German in Germany when they're invading Poland and doing all this other stuff? You just have to wait, and you're probably going to benefit from most of the things that are happening. So I was always, I mean, I have the, Ann Arbor brain, so I'm all, we can do it, and always eager to be inspired. And I remember at my graduation from Stone High School, if you ever heard of it, it's called something else now. One of the teachers said, "Sacrifice is something you should aspire to." And that haunted me. This is definitely a time for aspiration. This is definitely a time to lead other people. I've, seen the undergrads and what they're thinking. They're not eager to think the exact same thing as the generation before them. They're watching what we do, and they're saying, hey, well, this person walked away over and over and over again. I can walk away. And if at the end of the, when I'm 40, if I have enough money, it'll be fine. I always was very interested in one theory called, because I'm a criminologist, crime in the American dream. It asked why there's so much crime in the US. And it's because in the US, there's no particular way you're supposed to do something. So if you rob a bank and get away with it, now you're successful. We now have a president who exemplifies that. So let us get clever. That's all.
Anybody else? Oh, here we come in this room. Come on up. While you're coming up, I will also acknowledge in the side room over here with Congresswoman Dingle is also Representative Jason Morgan. There he sticks his head out. He used to be on this board and now represents part of our city here also to make sure he's listening to people and is concerned about this issue too. So it's good to see we have other elected officials in the room here supporting all of you as well. Thanks. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, everybody. My name is Ramiro Martinez. I'm Laura Sanders' spouse. And I had to share my experience that just happened at April 1st. I was accompanied one of my good friends to pay a ticket in Plymouth. And we take our little dog, and I was going out to check my little dog in a car. And the minute I put my foot in the parking lot, the ICE agents basically surround me and basically scare me the hell out of me. And they say, look, get down. I had an order to arrest you. I said, I don't believe it. And say, get down, I got an order to arrest you. I said, I wanted to see the order to arrest me. And they start pulling their taser or gun, I don't even know what it is. So I just start bending a little bit. And the minute I bent, they grabbed me and put me on the ground in the pavement and handcuffed me and stuff. And I was saying, let me prove you got the wrong person. I can prove it. And they just laugh. I said, everybody has always said the same thing. I said, I can prove you right now, and you got the wrong person, man. So they handcuffed me and they basically said, get up. I said, I need help, man. I cannot get up. Can I put the handcuffs on you? And I don't think you can do it. So they stand me up and they grab my wallet. They search my wallet and laughing. They take my identification and they take my other papers. I have my little card so I can vote. I'm a citizen. I got my citizenship in 2017. And I've been here in Ann Arbor for 25 years. And the minute they start searching and making fun of me and stuff, I said, what the hell are you laughing at? Just get the ID, man. That's it, you don't need anything else. So when they grab the ID, they find the ID and they, oh shit, here's a citizen. I've been telling you, idiots, I've been telling you that I can prove you so you don't have to go through all this. And by then, my spouse saw that happen and she came down and started recording the whole thing. But nobody ever do that to me, ever like try to shoot me basically. And I don't want to feel, even if it's just electric shot, I don't want to. So I feel unsafe, very, very unsafe. You can see me as I'm very, very racial profile thing. And I always wear this kind of clothes. So I just had to say that thank you so much for what you've been doing. I'll have a friend who he has a Washtenaw ID and he expired this week. And he basically asked me, his very good friend, said, you didn't say for me to go and renew it. I said, I think you need to wait and see what's happening. So I think I just had to say thank you so much for standing up with us. And I have hundreds of friends here. They're on a limbo, very, very scared. And I probably never stop helping them out. And we started this 18 years ago, support our immigrants. A lot of them, they're my family, cousins, uncles and stuff. So again, thank you so much for standing with us, the immigrant community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rita Ben, and I live in Ann Arbor. I'm a resident for over 50 years now, and one of my children still resides here and is raising his children here. I'm here to speak out on behalf of our immigrants. I am the daughter of two Holocaust parents who survived. So this issue is really personal to me. I don't even feel safe in this country right now, especially as our president uses anti-Semitism as a weapon. And if there would have been local councils or governments that would have stood up for the Jews at that particular time in the 1940s and the 1930s, the 32 relatives of my family who were murdered and disappeared could have still been here. So it takes really courage to stand up to injustice. And I know that that's really, really hard. And yesterday on Rachel Maddow, we saw a whistleblower come up and take courage by exposing what was going on in one of the Department of Labor statistics, and was threatened, of course, with death threats and being followed. And sure, that might happen to you if you make the right decision. But we have to start somewhere, and we have to embolden our residents and other communities to do the right things. So just because our administration has no moral compass doesn't mean that we have to follow in that way. So please do the right thing. Thank you.
Anyone else in this room? Oh, here we come.
Hello, my name is George Famey, and I've been a local resident here for 62 years. I heard Donald Trump said from day one, he wants to be a dictator, and he is. From day two, he said, I'm going to get Elon Musk and we're going to look into everything. And he's done that. And day three, I'm exaggerating about the days, but he said, we may ship some Americans out to El Salvador. And he would. And if you see what happened in Germany or Argentina, you'll know that if we don't stand together, that could very well happen here. That's the secret. We have to stand together. Thank you.
Again, just as our next speaker is coming up, keep coming, it's fine. I just want to reiterate, we're going to get all of you in this room, and then there's also people in the hall, I think, who want to speak too. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Carolyn Stark, and I've lived here for 50 years. And I'm here to speak on behalf of children. I'm a grandmother. I've raised or helped raise 5 children and 10 grandchildren. And before that, before I ended my career when I retired. I was a psychologist and I worked with a lot of children and families. But the cruelty that I saw at the last administration of Trump with children was just very, very painful for me to watch. There's nothing more frightening for a young child to, be suddenly in a situation where people run in and they take your parent away and your parent disappears for a period of time. We can all, it's the stuff that you would have in nightmares. And I fought hard for Harris because I didn't want to see Trump get in office again. And I didn't want my grandchildren to grow up in a world where there was such cruelty. And so most of these immigrants that live among us, they do have families. They might not have babies or young children, but they have teenagers, young people that really need them and depend on them. Very often the wage earner gets taken away. Sometimes it's the mom. We have to consider these children and what's happening to them every time these ICE officials come in and invade our schools and invade our churches and try to get in people's homes to steal their parents. Please, please try to think of the children when you make these decisions. And we need to protect them. Thank you very much. Oh, I had one other thing that I was asked to say is that some of the immigrants are very concerned about the records that you have on them here, and they would like to get those records deleted. And I've heard that they would have to come to the clerk's office to get them released. Is there a way that they could do this online or with phone calls? Because it's very scary for them to come to a public place like the clerk's office. So that might be something to consider also during this period of time. Thank you very much.
Sorry about that. Hello. In solidarity with the woman who came before, I'll call myself Joe Doe. And I think some of you know me and know that I am a resident of Ann Arbor. I'm thinking tonight a lot about what makes a government illegitimate. Certainly there are ethical reasons that I think many of us would agree have made the current government illegitimate. And of course, another element of legitimacy comes from the people. And when the people turn at a certain point, a government becomes illegitimate. And then there are those legal reasons that a government can become illegitimate. And at this point, it looks to me that by all three of those standards, the federal government, particularly the immigration enforcement mechanisms, have become illegitimate and have acted against the rules of law and the rules of the courts. When a government becomes illegitimate, it becomes very appropriate for others to engage in non-cooperation. And a number that gets tossed around a lot is the so-called 3.5 rule that suggests that when an illegitimate government is faced with resistance from 3.5% of the population, that government loses power. Non-cooperation is an essential part of that. And I urge you to find creative ways to engage in non-cooperation. I want to second some of the things that our friend over here said about, you got to be creative. And if there's a file that someone accidentally hits a button and it goes away, I mean, I don't know how those things work, but now is the time to think about those creative non-cooperations when there's this ethical question, right? Is it okay to lie? Well, when the Nazis come knocking at your door saying, are there Jews in the basement? You say, no, not in my basement. And so it's time, that's where we are. So I encourage you to engage in resistance and non-cooperation. Thank you.
Anyone else in this room? Okay, outside? I don't know why my microphone is giving feedback. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tanya Boldeno. I'm a resident of Ann Arbor. I am also a physician and I train physicians. I don't know if you probably can't read my shirt. The reason I am here talking is I had the privilege of being with my family in El Salvador learning Spanish 3 years ago. During the period of the declaration of the state of exception. I was there with my family. We were there to learn Spanish. And the first day we were there, our 70-year-old plus, I don't know exactly his age, didn't show up. It took days. Nobody could find him. It was realized later that he, in fact, had been arrested and put in one of the prison camps. During the time we were there, he was, in fact, released. We met he was very, very traumatized, and he had connections with US attorneys to be able to be released. I was there with my kids. My kids are now 17, 12, and 11. My kids, after we came back 3 years ago, raised funds, did a garage sale, looked for places and people to tell about what we had seen. We watched and saw and heard stories of women who were imprisoned for years because they hadn't sought care for an abortion or for a pregnancy loss, and then were charged with murder of their child for not seeking care. We watched, and as we've watched the numbers over the years. When I was there, we definitely felt a calling and a need to speak out, but I didn't think I'd be speaking out here in the US about the same thing happening here 3 years later, and citizens or valuable members of our community being illegally deported to those same prison camps. Seeing pictures is heartbreaking, watching the statistics, watching the numbers. There are now statistics of over 87,000 were the most recent numbers that I've seen of El Salvadorian quote unquote gangsters having been arrested and imprisoned. That the population of El Salvador is 6.7 million, so it's over 1% of their population that's now been imprisoned. President Bukele has named himself the coolest dictator. And now our government, I was shocked when I saw one of the first things that our Secretary of State did was he was in El Salvador making announcements about how we were now going to work with El Salvador. If you know history, the reason El Salvador has a gang problem is because we exported them to El Salvador. My 11-year-old is coming home and reading stories and saying, Mama, why don't people know history? Why don't people see what's happening? My child's 11. My 12-year-old had a sign at the rally saying, I'm 12. I shouldn't have to worry about my human rights. My 17-year-old is actively engaged in our Washtenaw Democrats and looking for ways to change and to intervene. Please, please stand with my children, stand with your children, and stand with our community. And I just want to say, just like Harvard did, courage is contagious.
Hi, my name is Elena. I'm a second-year law student here at the University of Michigan, and a resident of Ann Arbor. I know you guys can't see them, but I want you to know that dozens of law students tonight took time out of their super busy schedules to be here because as our elected officials, it is incredibly important. We are watching you guys to uphold the laws and the rights of people in our county. I want you to know that, but I'm not here tonight as a law student. I'm here as a partner of someone who relies on this county ID program. We met here in Ann Arbor actually 4 years ago at the big house. I'm sure a lot of you guys have heard of it. A couple months ago, he enrolled in this ID program because when I would be sick with the flu or a cold, he would bike from pharmacy to pharmacy around Ann Arbor so that he could get me NyQuil or Sudafed, and they would not accept the ID that he had. So he got this county ID so that he could keep me safe and healthy. And I feel like this decision that we made has now put him in a position of unsafety. We are planning our wedding and we're getting married in August, hopefully. And I'm terrified at this point that he's not going to be there. And I just want to ask you to do everything in your power to make sure that your actions or your inactions is not the reason that he's not there. Thank you.
Good evening. It's a privilege to be here. Thank you so much for your service. My name is Don Hart. I live in Scioto Township. My wife Carol and I raised our family here in Ann Arbor, and it's been good. We've been in business, small business, for over 40 years. And along the way, we've experienced many people who've benefited our small business and therefore the community who are immigrants. We've had friends from Iraq, from Mexico, from Nicaragua, who've come and have built a life and made a significant difference here. In our business, when we started, we read some Robert Greenleaf, and you know, he was the person who did a lot of writing about servant leadership. And what he says that the most effective leaders are those who prioritize the growth and well-being of others, especially the most vulnerable. His concept extends beyond traditional leadership, advocating for leaders to serve the needs of their followers and for leaders to ensure the least privileged in society are not further harmed. He believed that a good society is built on caring for all people and that institutions should be designed to serve their members. And asks the question, when we do all these things, what is the effect on the least privileged in society? Will they benefit or at least not be further deprived? And I would say that we, who are really some of the most privileged in the world, some of the most well-educated, some of the most well-resourced, need to let that question sit in our hearts and minds. What is the least we could do? And then how can we do much, much, much more? And that will take courage, as others have said. That will take creativity. And, you know, as a business person, compliance has always been an important part of our task. Compliance to the law, compliance to process, et cetera. But when laws are not being followed, when due process is not being followed, how do you intervene then and make the difference that's necessary? And you are experts really in this notion of leading and governing. And so we thank you, but we also challenge you to dig deep and rise up and help us understand and help lead us to what we can do to participate. Thank you very much. Good evening. Everybody hear me okay? 'Cause I'm getting fitted for those things, and so I can't tell what I am right now as far as hearing. I've had a good long life. My name's Larry Works. Been a resident in Washtenaw County for about 25 years, turn of the century. And I just want to share a couple of things. I grew up in a family in a university town where my mother was able to be the Youth for Understanding director for the Midwest, which meant at that time exchange students from all over the world landed in our house first. I was exposed to so many different cultures, so many different foods, so many different traditions. I am better for having experienced that. You want to have some fun? Invite some of the students here from other countries in over a holiday when you can't get home. Let them have your kitchen. Let them tell you what to shop for. But I stand here tonight because I am an honorably discharged veteran. I may have left the service. I did not and will not break my oath to the Constitution. I am not alone in this. A lot of veterans are standing by, waiting for the face and faces that will come forward in strength and calmness, with courage and with love, to uphold that Constitution, to be able to have guests in our houses, wherever we are, whoever the guests are. It's unfortunate right now that my sister and I are not able to speak about anything, including the weather, because things have changed. She's lost her house 3 times for a hurricane, building it, lifting it up in Florida. When I brought up that NOAA was going away, Hurricane Center may shut down, she gave me an ultimatum. Don't talk to me about politics if you want to keep your sister. That's hard to say out loud. I'm not going to lose my sister. I still love my sister, and I will talk to her about things she does every day. All of us can do the same things. All of us can continue to build those bridges. Sometimes people will ask you, how are you doing? Don't say I'm fine. Speak from your heart. Be strong. I thank each and every one of you for all the service that you have done in the past and what you will do in the future to make us all proud of you and this county. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Max McNally Hodgson. I am a longtime resident of Washtenaw County, lived here for most of my life. Recent UM grad. I think like all of you all and everybody in this room, I'm very disheartened and confused, flabbergasted to say a funny word and put it in those terms. But as somebody who studied political science and history, there's been a ton of issues with this country, founded on white supremacy, genocide, ethnic cleansing, all the sort of things we have for the society that we've lived in. We've had a constitution that has functioned more or less with checks and balances. As time goes on, you all know you're gonna have to make some tough choices in your position and to stand up and advocate for your constituents, but also just to advocate for our democracy. Like at the very least, it's gonna come down to you, me, everybody in this room, the police officer, in the back, the military. At a certain point, we're gonna have to choose between this administration or the Constitution. We got to make that choice and figure out how to do it. I don't know if, any of us have the particular solution, but we just, we got to stand strong and keep showing up to this stuff and get to know each other's names better and to stand in solidarity. And I have work to do myself. And to second what the gentleman before me said, we appreciate your guys' work and we appreciate you all standing up strong. Yeah. Thank you all.
Hello, my name is Benjamin Fry, and I was born in Ann Arbor and raised in Ann Arbor. I have had so many thoughts in the last hour of like what I want to say here. And I think the best thing I can talk about is just my story. I was raised, my 3 best friends in high school were all immigrants or children of immigrants. I went to the University of Michigan. Many of my friends were immigrants or the children of immigrants. I'm really proud to be a part of a community that has made this space open and safe for them. And that's under attack. I currently work at the Michigan Immigrant Rights Center, and I also received a layoff letter on Friday because our funding was cut. I coach for a local sports team, and not only am I speaking to the clients that I work daily about their fear, in the same conversation with the teenagers that I work with, they are concerned about SAT scores and their friends, family, and neighbors being deported. This is an attempt to make us afraid. This is an attempt to make us quiet. And let us not forget that fascism takes over because of capitulation. Jackson County signed an agreement with ICE. The University of Michigan capitulated, and now there's less academic freedom there. Same with Columbia University. And I am very proud, again, to live in a county, have been raised in a county where this level of support from everybody in this room has showed up. Because again, they want us afraid. They want us quiet. And let's also remember that the law and morality are not the same thing. Let's remember that slavery was legal. Let's remember that Jim Crow was legal. These are terrible things. They need to be avoided. And I hope that everybody in this room remembers to keep making noise and keep speaking out. Thank you.
I just wanted to note, Coach Ben, I know we're not responding, but Coach Ben coached my son, and I've never been more proud that he was coached by such a man. Next public comment.
Hello. I'm also a law student, and I agree with everything that's already been said. One thing that I want to bring to the fore is there's a lot of university students that are in danger right now, who are immigrants, whose status makes them vulnerable, and whose activities, such as advocating for the rights of citizens here, people from different marginalized communities in the United States as well as abroad, specifically in Palestine. They have put their lives, their livelihoods, their careers and their dreams on the line to advocate for human lives in Palestine. There are a lot of people in this room and outside who see the connection between what we've been calling for here today to protect the immigrant community in Ann Arbor, in this county, and those students. So I want to ask Representative Debbie Dingell specifically to take heed from this board and stand up for these students. I spent the past year and a half, 2 years, calling her office. Many students who were here spent months calling her office to no avail. So I ask specifically Representative Debbie Dingell to answer the call and to step up and protect specifically those students who are advocating for human lives in the United States as well as abroad. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mari Vischer. I live in the city of Ypsilanti. I just wanted to urge the Board of Commissioners to, as you're seeking to protect our immigrant neighbors, that you also seek to protect those of our neighbors who are facing criminal charges and criminal convictions. There is a reason that the administration wants to equate immigration and criminalization, why they want you to see immigrants as criminals, and it's because it's easier to reduce their human rights if you do so. So I think it's very important that we, as we're protecting immigrant rights, we are also especially looking out for those who are facing criminal charges, immigrants who are facing criminal charges, who are at risk of imminent deportation. Yeah, thank you.
I'm Laura, and I'm angry. I am a retired teacher. I am a born in Ann Arbor citizen. I'm afraid for my students and neighbors and friends. I'm angry that multicultural history is being removed. I'm angry that true history is being removed and people are being penalized and threatened. I'm angry that U of M didn't stand up like Harvard did. This is wrong. It's wrong in every sense. And we need to stand up and say, no, it's illegal and it should be opposed and it shouldn't be happening. And we must stand up and say no. And due process and legal channels are there and they're avoiding all of them. And it's so wrong. We are worse than the Nazis. We are right there with them. This is awful. And I don't want America to be this way. I am a proud American and it's got, I want you to be brave enough to say no.
Hey, sorry, bit of a clumsy speaker, but I'm Liam from Ann Arbor. And I just want to say that a lot of us have family or friends that are permanent residents or otherwise like at risk of deportation. And you know, this town, the city, and this county, we hate fascists, we hate Nazis, but we do love litigation. And we full-throatedly support efforts to just have very long anti-commandeering doctrine, anti-coercion doctrine litigation. You know, we know it might have repercussions from the federal government, but we really believe in pursuing the moral things that we believe in and that impact our lives. And so, you know, just to keep it quick, we really appreciate the stances that you have taken and the morals that the county and the city have. And we're hoping that you continue to pursue them and you reflect the interests of this county, and that, you know, we support you in doing that. So thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Gigi Jones. I'm Ypsilanti Township. I already know most of you, and I know you're working hard for us. I don't even have to doubt that or even ask you on these issues to work hard for us because I know you are going to. Just want to encourage you to stand up to them and to not give in and give up. I want to say that a lot of Rima and others, we were even at the DIAG last week, one day, and the students that came together against what U of M was doing, and we stood with them. And Debbie Dingle did come out that day, and that was the day the Homeland Security, and she had first got that word, she was shaken. She was almost in tears. So I know sometimes some of us, and I've heard a few people say that they weren't able to, but I've seen you guys. I've seen Debbie, I've seen Rima, I've seen all of our commissioners work so hard for us. And that's what makes us different from other communities. And it's because the makeup of our community, we are so many people from all over the world in different countries. We come together here. But I just want to encourage you to not give in and to keep fighting for us. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Shannon. I'm a veteran. I retired in 2019, lived here in Ypsilanti ever since. I served in the former Yugoslavian republics. The 1984 Winter Olympics were in Sarajevo. By 1997, I was taking forensic teams to sites of war crimes and mass graves. There was a lot of destruction in that city. Every building was full of bullet holes, bomb craters throughout the city. And when I got home from that, I saw on television a program about the US military action, the NATO action in Yugoslavia. And one of the interviews was of a teenage boy who said that when he grows up, all he wants to do is to kill people of the other ethnic group. And that's a hard thing that war leaves us with, is a really hard heart. I saw another snippet on that news program, story of a man of one religious tradition who, after the day's gunfight died down, he snuck across the road and he took milk to a woman of another religious tradition so she could keep her baby alive. And it strikes me that we are all now called in this moment to answer a question that humanity has faced over and over again for a very long time. And that is, can we find the courage before there's violence, before things utterly fall apart? Can we find that beauty of being a human being that will risk taking that milk across the street to someone who's different? Can we make that risk before things utterly fall apart? I do not envy the position that you have, and I echo what other speakers have said, that we have to resist at every turn that is available to us. If we don't win this for everyone, we don't win. Everyone. Whatever color your skin is, whatever orientation your gender and sexuality is, we need to make those bridges right now. And we need to find the courage to resist at every turn. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Name's Jeremy Haley. Now, first, I'd like to say thank you for distributing the water to the people out there. That's awesome. It's getting kind of hot. And I've said this before and I'll say it again, the government is for, of, and by the people. And we should all stand for that. And I'm here to ask you and the people, what are you willing to do? Financially, politically, if you were put in a position and had to make a choice, would you go home and tell your wife, significant other, husband, that you lost your job because you made a choice to do the right thing? You have to ask yourself, really, would you make that choice? I know I have on several occasions and paid the price for it, but I'll live with those choices gladly because those are the right choices to make. Because I'd rather go home and tell my family that we wouldn't have any food because I had to make the right choice. I'm asking you, commissioners and the people, would you do the same thing? And from what I've seen and heard from all of you so far, I believe that you will. You will stand up for the people and make the right choices for all of them and all of us here in this county. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anonymous. I prefer to be known that way today. I just want to say that when people are afraid of the government, liberty exists. When the government, oh, I said that backwards. I'm a little nervous, pardon me. When the government is afraid of people, liberty exists. When people are afraid of the government, tyranny exists. And the only thing necessary for tyranny to exist is for good people to do nothing. I think it's incumbent on all of us to do what we're doing today, to continue to stand up against it, to realize that we are only as strong as our weakest link. And when we don't stand up to our government and we allow them to rule us with fear, we are caving in and we are doing nothing. Germany, the Holocaust, the Armenian genocide, the Rwandan genocide, we can go on and on about genocides. And they all started when people didn't stand up for what was right and value other lives. War is always fought over money. They can tell you whatever they want. It's always about greed and money. They try and sell it to you as if it's an ideology issue or a religious issue or a race issue. In short, it's always about the money, and the power is always about the money. The last thing I want to add is that, you know, the president's wife is an immigrant. Is she going to be deported to El Salvador? Elon Musk is an immigrant. Is he going to be deported to El Salvador? Because both of them had issues with their obtaining their legal rights to be in this country, and they didn't follow protocol. So will they be deported? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hello. I didn't prepare anything, so apologies if this is a bit disorganized. My name is Misha. I live in Ann Arbor. I'm also a law student. I study housing law. The situation right now is very scary. Scott Turner, who is the current head of HUD, has announced that he is making it his new mission to make sure that undocumented immigrants cannot benefit from any federal housing programs, vouchers, all that kind of thing. President Trump has spoken about defunding sanctuary cities. Homeless shelters, food banks are already losing enormous portions of their funding. And if we truly stand by our principles and stand up to ICE, to this modern Gestapo, it is very, very likely that the administration will squeeze us and try and cut off whatever resources that they can. Our community is resolute. We are all here. And I think we have the willpower and the ability and the capacity to weather that storm. So everyone in this room, this is a wealthy county. A lot of people here have a lot of resources. So I encourage you to take stock of those resources, what you have, what you can offer your community. And also check in. A lot of people here talk about having so many loved ones who are immigrants. Check in with them. Do they have a steady roof over their head? Are they able to eat? Do they have access to food? And if they do not, can you provide that for them? So I ask you to keep that in mind and keep in mind that we as a community are ready to deal with whatever comes our way. Thank you.
I don't know if there's more people coming in. Oh, okay. Yeah, there will be online comments that people will make too, so.
Hello, I'll remain anonymous, not for myself, but for those who live with me. As a, white US citizen, I have privileges and protections, but I'm very scared for my friends. My roommates are both DACA recipients, and, as things continue, they're gonna come for everybody. And so my major thing is, as continual illegal actions happen by ICE, by this modern Gestapo, as somebody said, I've heard so many things about not intervening, not taking action. If ICE comes knocking at my door to take my friends, I will take action. If I see somebody on the street get taken by 6 masked men with no identification, I will intervene. I am a human. I believe in the rights of all humans. And so I just want to thank you for what you're currently doing. But I want to, implore to continually have legal protections for, actions against a lawless administration. So thank you.
How y'all doing? So I'm a law student at University of Michigan. My name is Julian Hemmings. I do not like anonymity. I like to be chased. It's fun. So at the law school now, we have had to lock doors out of fear that ICE will come in and snatch students. At one of the most powerful law schools in the country, we are afraid of ICE. So I can only imagine how much fear is going throughout this room, and I understand that. But you guys are in a position of power. Public service is your game, it's your name, it's your duty. If there's any time to be servants, it's under this president. You guys need to stand up, say we're not gonna give you the records, because what's happening in my life is that students who usually had strong voices, the ability to say, we disagree, are now saying they can't speak out because they're afraid that they're going to get deported. Students who are American citizens are saying, I'm afraid of speaking out because my spouse might get deported. Me, my mom comes from Honduras, my dad is Jamaican. If I speak out, I'm afraid that my parents might get deported. Yet I still stand here because I believe that it's the right thing to do. And last thing, and if I can do that, risk my own family, hope that you guys can risk a little bit of power. Thank you.
Hello, I am Aaron Rose from Ypsilanti Township, and I am here to say that when it comes to the law, there is the legal thing to do, and there's the right thing to do. And those two things are not always the same. The Trump administration has revoked visas from international students, just several international students at University of Michigan. And that is technically legal, and it is disgusting and abhorrent. I recently rode the Amtrak, and despite riding it for literal decades, I have never seen law enforcement there before. When I rode it 2 weeks ago, the Department of Homeland Security was there with 6 officers. It was legal, and it was disgusting and abhorrent, because I know who they were looking for. They were looking for immigrants. So, when it comes to the request from ICE, from the Department of Homeland Security, you have to ask yourself, are you going to do the legal thing, or are you going to do the right thing? Because if you do the legal thing, then you risk upholding the worst evils that a state can perpetuate. And if you do the right thing, you stand with the people. And the people are where the power is at. And we have shown you through so many speakers tonight that we stand with our immigrant community. So please, you've already done the right thing once. The hard part is continuing to do it. So please continue to do the right thing. Thank you.
I didn't see anyone else out there, but I might end up being the last one tonight. Good evening, everyone. Ben Panett. I'm a resident of the city of Ann Arbor, also an employee here with the county and the sheriff's office. I just wanted to take time a little bit impromptu tonight. Wasn't planning on this, but I just wanted to commend everybody who stood and commented tonight. It takes a lot of courage and a lot of strength to be able to do that, especially in trying times like this. So everybody who showed up tonight, I personally appreciate that. And I extend that appreciation on behalf of the sheriff and the entire sheriff's office as well. We absolutely stand in solidarity with our immigrant community, and we certainly are not working with or collaborating with ICE. Again, I think it's times like these where we all really have to stand up and do the right thing. And this is, at least as public servants, this is one of those times. So again, I just want to say I appreciate everybody at the board doing everything that you're doing on behalf of everybody who's here and who spoke tonight. And again, on behalf of myself and the sheriff and the entire sheriff's office. I'm very proud to be an employee of the county, an employee of the sheriff's office, especially in trying times like this. Thank you.
I'm Debbie Dingle, a resident of Ann Arbor. Our democracy is founded on the fundamental principles of our Constitution: freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of press, and due process. If we all don't fight for those freedoms, who will?
I'm going to get feedback now, but Ashley, is there anybody online who would like to make a comment? Okay, yes, there is. She's going to sit down and work the computer, and we'll hear from people online as well.
Sorry, Chair.
That's okay.
Second.
It just takes a minute.
Yes, Chair. First, we have Sheriff Alicia Dyer.
Go ahead, Sheriff Dyer.
Hi, everyone. Sheriff Dyer here. I just want to say, as a sheriff of this county, we at the Sheriff's Office stand in solidarity with the community as well as our whole county on this issue. I also want to say I'm so proud of not only our community, but my leadership team and our staff as we have stood our ground on this issue. We at the Sheriff's Office are not collaborating with ICE. And, you know, it is, I will say, we as elected officials are under immense pressure. And so I want to just take a moment and just say thank you to the community, because we all need to stick together on this and make sure that we as a county can keep everyone protected. And that includes our immigrants in this county. So thank you all. Thank you to the board. Thank you, Chair Scott. And thank you to my staff.
Thank you, Sheriff Dyer. Next person online for us, Ashley?
Chair, no one else has their hand raised.
Oh.
If anyone would like to give public comment online, please raise your hand.
Well, wait a second and see how many hands go up. Ah, there you go.
Next, we have Commissioner Shannon Beeman.
Oh, Shannon, at home sick if you weren't here to hear that. Thanks for being here. Commissioner Beeman, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies for my absence this evening. If I could be there, I would be there. But as our chair and best nurse ever said, it's not the place for me this evening. So I am here and I'm listening, and I have full faith in our board and the guidance they receive this evening and as we move forward. So thank you.
Commissioner Beeman, I don't know if you heard, but you got calls from the people here for a meeting for you to feel better too. So we're all wishing you well. Next person online?
Yes, Chair. Next, we have JM.
JM. Go ahead, JM. Don't forget to tell us what city or township you're calling from too.
Oh, hi. I'm calling from Ann Arbor in Scioto Township. Okay. And I have never attended a county commissioner meeting, so forgive my halted speech, but I was told about this meeting tonight. I was so glad that I was able to tune in and be inspired by all that you have already done, that is before you, and that this community wants to see happen, and is willing to stand up and say so and hang together. And a lot of wisdom tonight. I'm really glad that I did tune in, and I hope that you will stay strong and know that you are representing your people when you do say no to ICE and to all of the reprehensible practices of the Trump administration that touch most of our lives. So again, thank you for having this meeting and for letting us speak our piece. That's all.
Thank you.
Next, we have James Rivard.
Welcome, James. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is James Rivard. I live in the city of Chelsea, and I'll keep it really brief in the interest of everyone's time.
I just want to thank the Board of Commissioners for not releasing the records of my immigrant neighbors that were requested in the subpoena. Please continue to protect immigrants. Otherwise, I agree with the overwhelming sentiments expressed tonight. Let's all stand together to stop ICE from kidnapping our friends and neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Beatrice Rocky.
Beatrice, welcome. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Beatrice. I am living in Ann Arbor currently. I'm a student. I'm a Master's of Social Work student at the University of Michigan. And I'm calling, I wanted to speak today to share that my mother is a naturalized citizen from Portugal. And every day I get a phone call from her, worried about trying to convince me that we should leave the country. She was born under a dictatorship, and much of her experiences she is seeing replicated in the country today. And I just wanted to share that when I hopped on the Zoom today, I sent her a text telling her how many people I saw at the Board of Commissioners meeting, how many powerful voices I've heard tonight, and how much hope and how much inspiration that has given me. And I just hope that we can all stand together and be angry and use our rage to fight for what is correct and resist ICE. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Beatrice.
Chair, next we have Washtenaw County Police Service is all that I can see.
Okay. Washtenaw County Police Service. A name would be great, and you're on.
Hello, everybody. This is Gary Lowe, Police Services Commander for the Sheriff's Office. I just want to say that I appreciate everyone coming out and support. And I just want to let everyone know that Police Services stand by the Sheriff in solidarity and appreciate the community support and the Board of Commissioners support for those county employees that are doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Next we have Juan.
Juan, go ahead, Juan, welcome. Maybe we'll come back to Juan. Okay. Anybody?
I'm here.
Okay, great.
Sorry.
You got it. Great. Hi, Juan, welcome.
Hi, thank you very much. So my name is Juan and I live in Ypsilanti. So they got the IRS to surrender the taxpayers' information. They have defied the Supreme Court rulings in regards to the Salvadorian national and legal resident. They have attacked our LGBTQ plus community rights and our education institutions. My concern tonight is, am I going to make it home after work? I am myself an undocumented immigrant. I have lived here in the States for about 20 years. My other concern is what's going to happen when they come to ask for the Washtenaw ID records of hundreds of hardworking undocumented immigrants. Are they gonna come to my are they gonna come and knock on my door tomorrow morning only because I have been doing the right thing and file my taxes with the IRS for 20 years? Right before coming to this meeting, I was talking with my family in Mexico because I just shipped a package with some of my belongings in case I get arrested and deported. And I would like to thank each and every one of you for all that you do, public servants, for this beautiful county, and to all who came to speak and stand with the immigrant community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Juan.
Chair, next we have Chris Campbell.
Hi, Chris, go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. Good evening, County Administration. Good evening to the residents, visitors, and friends in the room. This is a poem by Langston Hughes, written in 1926, and it still feels appropriate. It's called Epilogue. I too sing America. I am the darker brother. They send me to eat in the kitchen when the company comes, but I laugh and I eat well and I grow strong. Tomorrow, I'll be at the table when company comes. Nobody will dare say, eat in the kitchen. Besides, they'll see how beautiful I am and be ashamed. I too am America. This poem was written in 1926, and though it was written about the plight of African Americans in this country, it feels very appropriate, and I recite it in solidarity with our immigrant brothers and sisters at the encouragement of our Sheriff, Alicia Dyer. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Chair, next we have KJ.
KJ, go ahead. We're patient because sometimes it takes a minute to come off mute. Oh, did I hear
Hey,
something?
can you hear me?
Yep, we got you, KJ. Hi, welcome.
Hi, apologies for that. Tonight I'm here to speak on behalf of someone who did not feel comfortable speaking for themselves. And they would like to point out that many people are on the list, are on the Washtenaw County ID list, are not immigrants, and they have other reasons to carry government ID that isn't a state issued driver's license. So to give that information would open a lot of people of a variety of backgrounds up to that scrutiny. They are fearful of being targeted as a criminal and forcibly removed from society, and feel that the current proceedings are deeply unethical and undemocratic, even if they might be superficially legal. They said that if given a chance, they could provide paperwork that demonstrates they're a seventh generation colonizer. But at the same time, they have been under government surveillance in the past for political activities, including being someone who had a COINTELPRO red file in the 60s. So they are concerned that if ICE targets them, they are likely to be designated an undesirable and at worst a terrorist. They note that it has happened before and it's happening right now. They are fearful of ending up as the first American citizen thrown into prison in El Salvador by their own government, and that the county needs to take steps to protect a variety of people from a variety of backgrounds who could be impacted by this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next we have Adriana.
Adriana, welcome.
Hello, Board of Commissioners. My name is Adriana. I'm a resident of Chelsea. And I have lived in the Washtenaw County community for a little bit over 10 years. I have worked with many immigrants in my career. I also have immigrant parents. So this is a topic that's near and dear to my heart. And I guess there's not much I can add that hasn't already been said. But I think in my mind, I want to lift up all the women immigrants that are having to take care of children, and also having to figure out how to provide for their households, and also not being able to prioritize their own healing, as a result of these cruel immigration policies. And I also want to, kind of veer a little bit off topic here and encourage the board to look at resources, monetary resources, legal resources, so that these primarily single mothers who many are not single mothers by choice, are having to face several challenges right now that are unprecedented in many ways. So I just want to say that, and also encourage everybody in our community that's there or that's listening. Support your local immigrant rights organizations. Many people already spoke about Merck losing a lot of funding and roles. They are integral to our Michigan residents and society. And there are many other organizations that are doing hard work every single day. Lots of volunteers, that we rely on to do the day-to-day work of making sure that families are protected and that people are protected. So look out for those resources, look out for those organizations, and please support them today.
Thank you.
Chair, that is it for online public comment.
Great. I will just ask one more time if there's anybody left in the room or the hall before we go to commissioner follow-up. Okay. All right, commissioner follow-up. I got a hand from Commissioner Labar very early in the evening, so I'll go to Commissioner Labar first.
Thanks, Chair. I will try and set a precedent of brevity here as best I can, but I do appreciate everyone who came out to speak tonight. Until tonight, the most intense public comment that I remember, I think Yusuf and I were here, we had a stand your ground resolution as it relates to guns. And we had folks coming from literally all over southern Michigan, the lower peninsula, to come and harangue us not to pass a symbolic resolution opposing expansion of gun rights in the state capitol. And so that sticks with me. And tonight, this has erased that memory and replaced it with something I think is good and decent and reflects the values of this community. And I really appreciate, as an elected official, the 9 of us, we are trying to do our best as real live human beings to represent all of you, to put forward your various interests and try and govern in a way that finds consensus and compromise and common ground and all those things. And there are moments like right now where your vocal support is very much appreciated, and on a human level, sometimes is needed. So thank you for providing that tonight. And thank you also just for this. If you look out anywhere in the common legal or cultural framework that dominates this country, even going back to just basic Old Testament principles of good and evil, of wickedness and righteousness, we find ourselves in a time where it's very clear what the Trump administration is doing and allowing to permeate is a great wickedness. And I can't promise you eloquence in responding to it, but I will give you my commitment to resist it as best I can in whatever capacity I can, as strongly as I can. And I thank you deeply from the bottom of my heart for your comments tonight and for the shot in my arm that you've given me. Thank you.
Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. There is a lot of power in this room, and the power not just in you as people, but in your voices and in the things that all of you have said and the remarks that you've prepared for us. And I want to thank you for risking yourselves to be here and to express the strength of your conviction to us. As you were speaking, I think in terms of our responses up here, I think we have to be, in order to best serve you, we have to be circumspect with what we say. But what I will say is a reflection on the past 10 years. The ID Project is a very special program for me. When I was chair of the board in 2013, I started the process of creating the Washtenaw County ID, and I actually hold, it's expired now, but the first ever Washtenaw County ID that was issued because I spent so much time and energy helping to create that program with our clerk and so many of our countywide elected officials and citizen partners. It's really sad to be at this moment, 10 years later, but in order for fascism to thrive, it relies on one main ingredient, which is fear. And I think we've seen the worst of what fear can do, just even in our own backyard. We've seen it over the course of history, and we've seen it even in the present day. And fear is this insidious thing that can permeate everything in our lives. And I have to say that, you know, coming into the meeting tonight, I mean, you all, you know how vocal I've been in the community and on these issues and for so long. And I know that I'm putting myself at risk by doing that. And I know that when people ask me why I do it and how I can continue doing it, I think of my grandparents. And I'm always thinking of my grandparents, all of whom have since passed. But my grandmother and my grandfather fought in the Algerian Revolution against French colonialism. My mother's father was a union organizer. He was on the red list during McCarthyism because he was fighting for working people. My grandmother fought against nuclear proliferation and against arms in a role that she had with an NGO at the United Nations. And my step-grandfather worked with tribal communities across the country. And when I think about the current moment and the current challenges that we're facing, I think of honestly how much easier I have it. When my grandfather passed, he had lived his whole life with 2 French bullets lodged in his body still. So when considering the decision to speak out, it's an easy one for me. But it doesn't eliminate the fear. And so I will say that all day today, I have felt fear, I have felt afraid, but I have felt resolute. And coming to this meeting, I felt afraid but resolute. I think that's probably the best way to describe my state. And while my resolution was absolute, what you all have helped me to realize today is that while fear is legitimate, we are in this together. So, and I want that to apply to when we leave this place too, tonight, and go about our daily lives, remembering that that fear is sort of living in all of us. And the antidote to that fear is one another. So when you see somebody here who spoke or who you just saw in the crowd out in the community, give them a hug, give them a handshake, thank them for being here. And in closing, I just want to thank you all for once again for being here. for taking the time tonight. It's 9:13. So many people spoke, and as Andy said, we don't get a lot of public comment at these meetings. But in the past, when we have, they haven't always been the most friendly public comment. And to see the community step up in this way is inspiring. So thank you.
And thank you for staying to hear our follow-up too. Sometimes people give comment and go, which is fine, but it's nice for you to stay and listen to what we're saying also. So with that, Commissioner Light.
Thank you all for coming out. Very much gratitude and respect for you to come before the people and to publicly express your support. As I sat here, I thought back to one of my religion classes that I had to take at Eastern Michigan University. And so born and raised in the Apostolic Pentecostal Church, I consider myself a Christian. There are other people that I engage with that are also part of Christianity, Catholic and Baptist and those have you of all other Christian religions. And in the Bible verse, King James, as a lot of you know, in Psalms 23:4, it says, I will fear no evil. If you are of the Islam, Allah said, you don't fear, surely I am with you both, and I hear and I see everything. When you go down to Judaism in Deuteronomy, which is pronounced differently, it says, you shall not be intimidated, frightened before them because your God is in the midst. If you open the Quran in Hinduism, it says, do not fear, for I am with you. And if you step outside of all of religious aspects, and sometimes I listen to what I call trap music. Bone Crusher said, I ain't never scared, and no, I'm not bad. I just don't kiss no behind or take no poop. I'm a grown woman and find somebody else to play with. So in all of that, whomever you believe in, if you don't, there is still a higher power. There is still something within you to know that you do not have to be afraid of the idiotic administration that we have. Our administration is trying to use their power to put us in fear. And we have no reason to let crazy ideas and tactics to put us in fear. So my fellow brother here, don't be afraid. We got each other's back. And whomever we believe in, you're protected. It says it in so many different scriptures and different religions that you don't have to be fearful. Just know that everything that we come before you with is we put in great research and we make sure, because we're here to protect and serve. I know that that's what I raised my hand to, and I will do that until I'm an activist. I'm an educator. I'm all of these things, and I will protect you as if you are my children, because I have been put here to do that. But I want for you to please give us some grace and understanding, because what you might hear and see in the public eye, in the press, it may seem as if we're not standing our ground, but we are. But we have to be strategic and we have to be careful on what we say and how we present. But just know that we are protecting you 100% and that we are not going to let anything occur and happen to this county, because we've been protecting, we've been serving, and we are going to continue to do that. So just know what you see in here is not always what it is. We're going to handle it and we're going to take care of it. And you may be like, what are they doing? Just know, for one, we're not fearful. I'm not about to let them be afraid, okay? And so they're not going to be afraid. You're not going to be afraid. None of us are. And then one more thing I would like to leave with you is all of our Underground Railroad heroes, Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, Harriet Beecher Stowe, John Brown, Levi Coffin, so many individuals, it was underneath. So yes, continue to show your support. Yes, make sure we let our immigrants know that we have their back, but I need for you to promise that you will be careful how you do it. You will move strategically. You will move, sometimes we have to move in silence under the radar so that we can protect. So yes, make sure we stand our ground, but do it in a way that no one will understand and we will confuse the enemy, because we got a lot of those out there. So thank you all for coming with the support, and just know that we are going to do what's in best interest of this county, and hopefully we will be a reflection throughout this nation. Thank you for coming.
I don't know who else is ready to go to Commissioner Light's church that has the trap music and all the good scripture. So thank you. Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for coming out. And I want to be brief because I know the chair has a statement prepared to make. In some ways, I mean, we were challenged by what we can say about this right now because of legal issues. But one of the things that really struck me about everyone coming out in the statements that you made is I think this, as long as I've been on the board, I think this was the most emotional, I think on both ends, like on this side of the table and over there, of everyone that came to speak. And it took incredible courage to do that, given the risk to speak publicly about this, the topic, what we know is out there. So I'm really grateful for all of you that came out to share your stories. That really means something to all of us, especially as we're having conversations with each other. Those things are really memorable, and they come up for us when we think about it. The other thing that really struck me with all of this, it's 2 hours, almost 2 while we're responding now, 2 hours of public comment. It really demonstrated how unified the community is. There was not one naysayer, not in the space in the room, not on Zoom. We received written public comment too, and we received a lot of written public comment on this topic, and there wasn't a single person that chose to contact us to give a different message. And for us, I can say for myself, and I've talked to other colleagues, in some ways it's really empowering for us because we know that the community will be with us in the tough times ahead and the decisions that we have to make. So thank you all for coming out.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thanks to everyone who showed up tonight. I'm going to be kind of brief in my comments, but I just want to say that I stand in solidarity with you all and appreciate you coming out tonight. And thank you to Congresswoman Dingell and State Representative Jason Morgan for also being here. I'm going to do something a little unusual because we're living in unusual times. And while we all resist together, we need to remember that art and music can help us through like some of the darkest days that we're going to experience. And we're just living through one of the most challenging times of my lifetime. And so if I can get this technology to work, I'm gonna play a song if the chair will let me.
Go. I'm like, we are multimedia right now.
This land is your land, and this land is my land. The redwood falls, the Gulf Stream water. I went a walking that ribbon of highway. I saw above me that endless skyway. Saw below me that golden tree. This land was made for you and me. I remember around the bush and sang Always your voice was sounding. This land was made for you and me. When the sun comes shining, then I was strolling.
We're really getting deep into the
Fields waving and the dust clouds rolling. The voice was chanting and the fog was lifting. This land was made for you and me. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to New York Island, redwood forests, Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. When the sun comes shining, then I was strolling, fields waving, the dust clouds rolling, the voice coming chanting, and the fog was lifting. This land was made for you and me.
Oh. All right, Commissioner. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Machieski.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank everybody that's reached out, everybody that came tonight, and I apologize to those people who have contacted me in the last couple of days that I haven't gotten back to yet. I will say that in my, I think this is the 7th year here in the county commission, I'm used to public comment being a little different than it is tonight. And I greatly appreciate the way that people made public comment, whether it was written or in person or leaving me voicemails. I found it, as a number of my colleagues have said tonight, very much a steadying moment and feeling a great amount of support. And it's very much appreciated. For me personally, my family came from Germany and they came from Poland. They came to escape the Nazis. And I had a great uncle who I never met because on June 6, 1944, he was killed at Omaha Beach fighting fascism as a member of the 29th Infantry U.S. Army. And that's where I think for me, I always think about him, somebody I never met, but is, for me, kind of a guiding ancestor for the values that Congresswoman Dingell mentioned so succinctly during public comment. In times like these, it is, as many of us have said tonight, this is about combating fear and pushing back on the bully. And courage is contagious. And I thank you for your courage tonight because it's instilled even more courage in me. And I appreciate that very much. So thank you for coming out tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioner follow-up? Okay, I will say some things. There was a man who came and spoke to us tonight. I think his name was Nathan. There were a lot of names, but he talked about serving in Serbia, Bosnia, Herzegovina, and he talked about bringing. I thought what we want after he talked, and he talked about people who would then bring milk across the road to somebody who was supposed to be their enemy, and it struck me that what everybody in this community is saying right now is we want to be the people bringing milk to help somebody else's babies. And I just felt this like incredible sense of love for this community. And I thought about a friend of mine, a very good friend of mine in high school and through college, Father Dan Holman, who was a Benedictine monk. And he wrote a book and he wrote, "Fear is a thief. It will steal our peace of mind, and that's a lot to lose. But it also hijacks relationships, keeping us sealed up in our plastic world with a fragile sense of security." And he wrote that in a book called Radical Hospitality. It's a seminal work that's shaped me and my life and the way I think about how I live in the world. Father Dan showed me what belonging meant in this Benedictine monastery in Oxford, Michigan. It was definitely someplace I could go to feel that belonging. But in this book, he also wrote that hospitality has an inescapable moral dimension to it. It's an issue involving what it means to be human. All of our talk about hospitable openness doesn't really mean anything as long as some people continue to be tossed aside. But calling hospitality a moral issue does not tell us the whole truth about hospitality either. A moral issue can become bogged down in legalisms, and hospitality is no legalistic ethical issue. It is instead a spiritual practice, a way of becoming more human and a way of understanding yourself. Hospitality is a lively, courageous, and convivial way of living that challenges our consumptions. That's the crux of what you were all saying in here this evening. What we're saying is that in this community, we want to practice this radical hospitality. We want to be a place where people belong, where we're carrying the milk across the street to our neighbor. I want to tell you, I really appreciate the concerns that were raised here tonight. I want to say that I share a lot of those concerns, especially when it comes to requests like the sensitive data, like I-9 forms or county issued ID information. These programs were created to help people access services and feel safe while they're doing so, not to serve any outside agenda. So when we get this kind of requests, so when we get these kinds of requests, I believe that we do need to be extremely cautious. There are serious legal and constitutional issues at play. We also at this table took an oath to defend the Constitution, and we have to be sure we're not putting the county at risk or putting our employees in unfair positions. We have a responsibility to protect the trust we've built in our community and to make sure our local services stay grounded in local values. I think we'll move through this in a careful, thoughtful way, a way that reflects the kind of county we want to be. And in my mind, that's always been about radical hospitality. Yes. Oh, I've got more comments. Administrator Dill and then Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you to everyone that is in this space tonight and has made comments. I just want to say really quickly, I have been living in this county for 44 years. I've raised my family in this community, and I continue to be proud of the place that I live and can't think of any place else that I'd rather live. So I want to thank you all for your comments tonight, and to build on what our chair just indicated, we are going to work with deliberate haste and careful planning to make sure that we dot all the I's, cross all the T's, and that we don't violate the law while we're operationalizing the will of this board. And I think if we do that and do it right, we will make you all proud. So I just wanted to say thank you. I don't have a report this evening, so perhaps that's the substitute. Thank you.
Commissioner Robbie.
I'm not going to say anything inspiring. There's one thing I did still want to say though, which is I don't remember who said it exactly, but there was one of the public comment that talked about, actually it was a lot of the public comment talked about this, but last thing I want to say is whatever comes next, we will need all of you.
Thank you, Commissioner Robbie. I was thinking the same. I was thinking I'm gonna have to talk to some of you and get your phone numbers for when I wake up at 2 a.m. and I'm nervous and scared. I'm coming over to your house. And just on that point, like, and thinking about radical hospitality, I want to say, like, somebody asked me about this county last week and talking about this and our values here. And I said, I think it's like this. In Washtenaw County, somebody like came over and knocked on my door, I'd be like, come, I mean, this is also my Irish past, but like, I'd be like, come into the house. Like, will I make you a cup of tea? We have something to eat. Like, we're all like that. Like, we are welcoming, come in. What can we get you? What can we do for you? And this administration's attitude towards the world is like lock the door, like pull down the shades, like put all the bolts on, close the shutters. Don't tell anybody we're home. And that's not who we are. And I feel confident that this board, has this community's best interests at heart and really reflects the values you came here today to talk to us about. So thank you very much again for being here. Please keep coming and keep talking to us. It does help. I wrote down like words as you were saying them. I'll also tell you personally, I've been having like a ton of vertigo. My commissioner colleagues know this, which has been with me for about a month now. For some reason, I feel the best I've felt in days after you came here to talk tonight. So thank you very much. Thank you. Oh God, they're standing up for us. I don't even know what to do about that. Well, if I wasn't crying before, you got me now. So thank you. All right. I was crying before, but now I'm holding it together, folks. Holding it together. Oh, don't worry. I'm a nurse. I will keep doing it. Oh, so next what we're gonna do is, I'm gonna ask, we're gonna go into closed session. That's later in the agenda, but I'm gonna ask one of my fellow commissioners if they'd like to move that item up. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Discussion
Support.
Opinion from Corp Counsel.
Yep.
Okay, I got it moved. I got a support. Is that a roll call?
Yeah.
Yeah, can I get a roll call vote on moving into closed session?
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
Commissioner Sanders
Commissioner Sanders.
isn't here. Yes, yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, we will be moving into closed session. We'll be back when we'll be back. I'm calling the meeting back to order in a very gentle manner. Commissioner Hodge?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move this resolution that members of the board have here. It's a resolution titled "The Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners Directs Corporation Counsel to Explore Options to Respond to the Subpoena and Notice of Inspection from the Department of Homeland Security."
Oh, great. Fantastic. Any discussion on the matter? I hear none. Is this a roll call? Let's do a roll call.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Resolution passed.
Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is liaison reports. Any liaison reports? Commissioner Robbie?
No.
Thank you. Any other liaison reports? Fantastic. We'll have a robust liaison reports in May. Report from the county administrator?
No report.
Report from the chair of the board, no report. And the next item of business is a special order of business. It's a public hearing on the Washtenaw Urban County Fiscal Year 2025 Draft Annual Action Plan. I call the hearing open. Anybody here in the public who would like to make a comment on our public hearing for the Washtenaw Urban County Draft Annual Action Plan? Anybody online want to make a comment on that plan, Ashley?
1 second, Chair.
We're looking.
There are no hands up, Chair.
Okay,
Does not
great.
seem like
All
it.
right, so calling that hearing closed. Next item on the agenda are appointments. Would anybody like to move the appointment?
Remove the appointments.
Support.
Any discussion? Is this a roll call? This is roll call, yep. Roll call, please. I have roll call written down. Why did I? Yes, roll call.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Appointments passed.
Great, thank you very much. Next item is the consent agenda.
Move the consent agenda.
Support.
Great, that's a voice vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item passes. Would somebody like to move the first reading resolution? Commissioner LeBar.
Sure, Chair. Item 6, resolutions, first reading resolution ratifying the proposal for the Financial Empowerment Center Legacy Implementation Grant from OCED.
Do I have a second?
Support.
Any discussion? Commissioner Somerville.
I was just saying, it seems fairly straightforward and I support this. That's all.
Great. Any other discussion? This is a voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes. Would somebody like to move the final reading and second or single reading items? Commissioner LeBar?
Sure, under 2, final reading resolution to ratify the application of a grant application to the United States Federal Emergency Management Administration. B, a resolution approving the final recommendations of award recipients for new human service partnership mini grants. Under single reading A, a resolution approving the 2025 Washtenaw County Equalization Report. B, a resolution approving and adopting the 2025 calendar for the 26 through 29 quadrennial budget. C, a resolution adopting amended bylaws for the Local Emergency Planning Commission. D, a resolution declaring International Compost Awareness Week. E, a resolution honoring the 50th anniversary of the Washtenaw Area Council for Children. F, a supplemental resolution recognizing April 28th as Workers' Memorial Day in Washtenaw County. And then also move approval of claims.
Support.
What's that? Yes, we do have to pull the equalization report, so we will do that. Anything else that we would like to pull for separate consideration?
I would like to pull item B on final reading as well.
B?
Yeah, the mini grants and
Yep.
then the LEPC bylaws.
And the bylaws, okay. Okay, any discussion on anything other than B, final reading, and bylaws, which is C on single reading, and equalization, which is A on single reading? Any discussion there? All right, we'll call the roll on those items, then we'll move to the ones pulled. Ashlyn?
Commissioner Maciejewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Resolutions passed.
Fantastic. Let's go to item 2B, the mini grants. Any discussion on this item? Commissioner LeBar, or God, I look right at you.
It's okay. It's because I'm handsome like LeBar.
Commissioner Yusuf Rabi.
Yes. Okay, so circling back to our discussion from last week, where did we land on the U of M item?
I was gonna write a letter, but something else took a lot of my attention this week. So I was derelict on the letter. I will write a letter. Don't worry.
Okay. So what are the mechanics of the letter? Not necessarily the content, but if we approve this tonight, the letter will be sent on behalf of you, but not necessarily.
I would like it to be sent on behalf of the board. I think that I can work that without Michelle, Corporation Counsel. If you could advise me, but I think I can talk to each commissioner individually about a letter I've written and see if they want to sign on to my letter. And it does not need to come back to the board. So I will let you see the letter and then talk to you each individually about your desire to be a co-signatory.
So we will have the option to sign on.
Yeah,
as each individual
absolutely.
commissioner.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And it will be, who will the recipient of the letter be? Will it be like University of Michigan as a whole or?
What my envisioning on that, Commissioner Robbie, was that I would write it to the president and the regents.
Mhm.
And that would probably cover our bases there.
Okay. Thank you. That sounds good. So the other questions that I had was about the ways in which the nonprofits were going to be expressing, why is this computer treating me like this? I don't want you to keep asking me questions.
For the same reason I called you Commissioner LeBar.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I'm having trouble pulling up each of the statements, but could OCD kind of like talk through what the plan is here for each one of them? Has a different plan, but
each of the nonprofit organizations that were recommended in first reading were asked to prepare a letter stating how they would acknowledge the county's donation. And so all the commissioners have those letters. Each organization has different ways that they're going to do that, ranging from PowerPoint logos when they do a presentation, mentioning it in presentations that they give verbally, having place cards at tables for events, on their web pages, on their marketing materials. There was a variety of different explanations.
And I thought it was nice that almost all of them said that they were open to any new ideas or suggestions that that we could send their way.
okay. So if I have any, I'm appreciative that some of them, it seems like have taken some of the comments that I made and others made at the last board meeting and incorporated it into their plan, which is great. But if I have any other suggestions, they would be willing to take those, it sounds like, too.
Yes.
Okay. And then moving forward for future grants, is this going to be kind of part of the boilerplate that we're going to ask them to provide?
Yes, we talked about that being in the RFP for the grant application process, where we would add that as another question that they would answer in their application. And as we mentioned at the last board meeting, it is in the contract, the statement that they must acknowledge the grant funding.
Yeah, that's good. And then I guess the last quick thought that I will mention on this is like my goal with this is to have the county be mentioned in connection with the service provided. I know a lot of times I've seen nonprofits acknowledging the county's contributions on like an annual statement that they send out with the county logo is like, you know, next to Domino's and Pizza Hut and all the other company, you know. I'm not as interested in that as I am of like at the service that we're funding, at the service delivery point, the county is being acknowledged to the people receiving the service, so.
Yeah,
Thank
in
you
the,
for-
in the language that we use, we ask them not only to specify how they would market the donation to the community at large, but to specify how they would market the donation specifically to those recipients of the services being provided.
I appreciate the both of you for your diligence and work on this matter and for hearing me out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or concerns on this matter? All right, I see none, so we'll have a vote on this one. Ashley?
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you very much. Next item we'll go to then would be, let's just go to LEPC out of order a little bit, because that seems like it might be a quicker discussion than the equalization report. So we're on 3C, amended bylaws for LEPC. Commissioner Ravi?
I plan to vote no on this simply because it changes the public comment time from 5 minutes to 3 minutes.
Okay.
And I believe that the public is entitled to 5 minutes at this meeting and at all of our other meetings. And I just don't support reducing public comment time. Support all the other changes and appreciate the staff that have been diligent in their work in presenting this to us, but I plan to vote no.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on LEPC bylaws? Okay, we'll do a roll call vote on this one.
Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
No.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie.
No.
Resolution passed.
Thank you very much. Okay, single reading A, the equalization report. Equalization friends. Thank you for being here at midnight. We're really burning the midnight oil to talk about the equalization report. This will go down. You can tell, like, family and friends, the time I had to present at midnight. Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. That's what Michelle said. We don't think Vermont ever had to do it this late.
Yeah, this is
So you can
something new.
call him and talk to him about that. Be like, what'd you get me into? Thank you. Welcome. Go ahead.
So good evening, members of the board. I will keep this very short, seeing that it's very late. I thank you for the opportunity to present our department's annual equalization report. As you're well aware, the Board of Commissioners has a statutory responsibility to ensure fair and equitable assessments. To that end, the Equalization Department works year-round to meet this obligation. And I'm pleased to report that each governmental unit has met the legally required level of assessment. Therefore, I am recommending a factor of 1 for all classifications of property in Washtenaw County, which means we are not recommending any changes to the 2025 assessed value. So I presented in front of you the equalization report. I want to stress that the Board of Commissioners, in accepting the equalization report, is equalizing assessed value for all 27 units of government in Washtenaw County. And also, I want to stress that the information in the equalization report is concerned with Washtenaw County's base valuation. I want to emphasize that its conclusions do not directly translate to collectible tax dollars. The calculation of taxable value is a subsequent step in that process, and although the final determination of taxable value occurs later following state equalization in May, we have prepared a preview of taxable value for you tonight. So with that, I'd like to get to the report itself. 2025 equalization report. And our recommendations are as follows. You have the detail before you for each class. We are recommending a total county equalized value of $32,967,435,825, representing a 7.68% increase in county equalized value. Next slide. We have current year county equalized value in comparison with the previous 10-year span. And that leads me to the 2025 tentative taxable value, which again will be finalized after the May 27th state equalization. So as far as the 2025 taxable value goes, county tentative taxable value, we have a $24,466,134,212 with a percentage change of 5.6% from 2024. Next up, we have a comparison of Washtenaw County's increase in state equalized and county equalized and taxable value with other units in Southeast Michigan. Washtenaw County is doing pretty good on that end. Next up, we have the Board of Commissioners is also equalizing value for 75 units, including cities, townships, the county, school districts, community colleges, intermediate schools, villages, authorities, and libraries. Next up, we've also calculated the millage reduction fraction for Washtenaw County. And for 2025, that is 0.9963. So you notice that this will reduce the county operating millage to 4.3351. Next up, we have a line chart comparing assessed value to taxable value. Right now, the gap between the two is approximately 26%. So assessed value is adjusted up by the market, whereas taxable value is adjusted by the inflation rate multiplier and transfers of property or uncappings. Next up, we have a geographic representation of properties that have sold in 2024, which are reflected in the 2025 taxable value numbers. The majority of these properties, or the majority of these properties, the SEV is now equal to taxable value. Next up, we have the 2025 Washtenaw County tentative tax levy. You notice the ad valorem tentative is at $24,466,134,212. The 5.6%, we have to add to that the special acts value of $83,686,885. From that, we deduct the disabled veteran exemption. Back in 2024, that exemption was shifted from the assessment role to the collection side because it's an exemption on property taxes. So to get to the equivalent taxable value, we have to deduct that number as well as a DDA equivalent capture. Our equivalent taxable value is $23,669,354,683. or an equivalent percentage increase of 5.51. The last piece in that calculation is the actual millage rate, which was reduced by the millage reduction fraction, which would take the general fund estimated tax dollars to 102,609,019 estimated tax dollars for a net increase of 5.12%. We've also prepared the same calculations for the extra vote of millages, but I think the general fund millage or the estimated tax dollars is the number that will draw the most interest, and we estimate that the total increase in tax dollars will be 5.12%. That concludes my report. And if you have any questions.
Any questions, comments, or concerns?
I'll be happy to try to answer these or come back to you at a later time if the answer requires a little more work.
Questions, comments, or concerns? You, Commissioner Robbie?
First off, thank you for your work, you and your staff. My comment has nothing to do with your work. I was just gonna say, it's interesting, you know, you always see the equalized values, and it's like this massive number, right? $32 billion,
Mhm.
almost $33 billion.
Yes.
I just wanted to say, for reference, that is 1/10 of the wealth of one person, the wealthiest person in our country.
Jesus.
Just think about that for scale. Elon Musk is worth over $330 billion. So our entire county's equalized value is 1/10 of that.
That's some good perspective. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I really do look forward to the equalization report. Hopefully next year we'll be able to do it a little earlier in the evening.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Can we call the, oh, I was thinking, can we call the roll on this?
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
resolution passed.
Fantastic. Next item on the agenda is items for current and future discussion. We already did item 1 on there. Are there any other items for current and future discussion, Commissioner Somerville?
Yeah, really quickly, I'll have a resolution for our next meeting to honor Deshaun Leaf, but I wanted to take a moment to, while we were at our board meeting, I guess, the next day, just to say that Deshaun was a valued member of the community, and he worked with youth and across the county, so not just in my district, but in many of our districts. And his passing is a huge loss to folks who do youth services and people who do that just without pay, and always center the needs of the most vulnerable kids. For those of you who were at the groundbreaking at the Eastside Rec Center, looking back, I'm really glad that I did this, but I listed off in my speech at the groundbreaking some of the people that were doing work in the community who I thought should work at that community and rec center someday. And Deshaun Leaf was one of the people that I listed because of the work that he specifically does in Superior Township. So we have a big gap to fill for kids in Superior Township, and the community and rec center is one of those that I was hoping we would see him inside. But in the meantime, while that space is being built, I'm really grateful for the additional support we're putting into youth services, and that's that area of the county. And we're gonna need a lot more of it because it's been devastating to the kids that have worked with him. So I'll have more to say at our next meeting, but I wanted to make sure to take some time today before we adjourn to honor him. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Somerville. Thank you. Commissioner Robbie?
in the same vein, I just wanted to say, I know my good friend and former colleague Wes Prater also passed away, and I know we're going to do a resolution honoring him at a future meeting. But I just, I've been reflecting a lot on, a lot of the, elders that I served with that have passed. I've been reflecting a lot on what I've learned from those individuals, and I'll have some stuff to say when we do have that resolution honoring him. But since this was the most recent board meeting, I just wanted to make sure to honor him and his legacy and service to our community. So
I'm glad you did. Wes Prater also was a mentor of mine when I first ran for office, and showed me a good example of what it meant to think about speaking up for working people, especially as a union member and an elected. So he definitely helped guide me a lot. May his memory be a blessing. Any other items for current and future discussion? I think I would take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.